지금 우리 학교는
For you I run it
지금 우리 학교는
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home. We must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
Play or live. 부산.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. 2030 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone! Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1CW, EC2CW, and EC3CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks, EC's shape allows comfortable finger and forearm posture and thus ensures endurance. If your usual gameplay requires more vertical movements, EC3CW with shorter overall length might be your cup of tea. Together with EC1CW and EC2CW, the wireless EC series have a total of 3 sizes for you to choose, based on your in-game requirements and grip preference. The weight and overall click feeling of the wireless version is similar to the C version mice, even though there are deviations due to the different interior design structure between wire and wireless versions. That will be all for the new mice. Our website has more details. We will update our new wireless model development when we can, including but not limited to the current shapes. Thanks for watching. Please DM us if you have any questions.
me sinking in this darkness. Keep on forging out this anger in me. It's the only place that I can truly be myself. There's a light to fill my void when the only thing left is the night. But it gets me up, it won't let me stop through this endless fight. So now I lay my numbing soul to fate. Bet on my destiny, let it take over. Fight on, it's time for revenge. I'm a drifter in this world with nowhere to go. I'm an avenger, they won't let me surrender no more. Deep in my empty soul, my thoughts by the bullet of my only cause. Take me on, cause nothing else could save me now. I take you down, wait for it when we get there. I will be the end of you, you see. It'll be the beginning of new me.
지금 우리 학교는 We are the dreamers casting down the shore.
Zero 1. Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
지금 우리 학교는
you set me free. And still I remember, now I can hear you. When I close my eyes, I can feel your hand in mine. Now I can hear you, I can find you. Finally I realize, for you I promise I never forget every moment that we spent together. Promise I hold my hand, keep together, standing on side, stand by.
지금 우리 학교는
Zero 01. Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Let's go!
to save our home, we must travel through the gateway to find new energy.
You and your fancy car, top down stars. You think you're going far. Whatever, you gotta beg and please. I've got you on your knees. You don't know. Whatever, you don't know. Whatever, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Play or live. 부산.
세상에 없던 세상을 바꿀 당신이 처음 만나는 새로운 엑스포의 시작. (2030) 부산 세계 박람회 새로운 엑스포를 원해 부산에 유치해.
Hi everyone! Today we'd like to introduce our first wireless offerings, the EC1 CW, EC2 CW, and EC3 CW. Many Zowie mice users have requested the release of the wireless version of our current shapes, and it has been our work in progress for quite a while. The main reason of the prolonged process is that we wanted to enhance connection stability. While offering cable-free mobility, our wireless mice need to be more resistant to transmission interference. That's why our wireless mice all come with a unique standalone enhanced wireless receiver and an enhanced antenna at the front tip. The combination of both is to decrease chances of unexpected transmission interference commonly experienced while using wireless mice. We decided to opt for the EC series as our first wireless offerings, as the trademark shape is a very widely used option for those who prefer asymmetrical ergo design. EC features a natural curvy top shell design that provides a relaxing support that fits your palm, especially when doing long-distance horizontal movement in CSGO. It helps with stable control at maneuvering and when lifting the mouse. Whatever your grip styles, EC's classic shape has not too much palm contact and can accommodate different grip styles with comfortable posture. Measurement studies in sports science has also suggested that in prolonged uses and with frequent clicks,
All right, coming at you guys live right now. This is the WCG MLBB playoffs. We got some big teams. Before we get to all that, let me introduce you to my co-caster right now, Assassin Dave. You guys know him well. My name is Trex. How you doing tonight, Assassin Dave?
It's been fantastic, bro. I cannot believe we're actually sitting here casting World Cyber Game all the way in Busan. Now, the only thing that I wish that could happen better for tonight is Trex, both of us sitting in Busan. That would be
actually
great.
in
Korean
Busan.
barbecue.
I mean,
Yeah.
who says we're not? Who says we're not in Busan right now? You know, I'm in a studio in Busan. That's all they got to know right now. But
True.
to cut to the chase, we got some big games tonight. Up front, we're going to have Echo Proud up against Echo Loud. Pretty much we got the Big Brother team up against Little Brother team. We got the M4 World Championship team, Echo, going up against their MDL organization team. So definitely excited to see that one. Before we get to any of that, make sure you spin the roulette to win the prize, win roulette chance through various events. Now, Dave, how are you feeling about this first matchup?
Oh, I'm really excited. And not only that, to actually talk on your point you were making, today not only do we have PH versus PH, we also have Indo versus Indo, right? So it's going to be like the PH #1 versus Indo #1 in WCG, at least for the playoff. And then for the whole day. So the entire day it's winner's bracket. And I think every match is going to be very, very exciting. And this is going to be really great because I will learn so much from this entire tournament. Because NACT is also coming up, so this is just awesome, Trex.
Definitely very, very big. Now, they're not just playing for nothing here. They're playing for some big prize money. First place going to get a total of 40 grand. Second place getting a total of 10 grand. Third place getting 6. And fourth place even going home with something for the team, $4,000. This is all USD. This is all official. So this is a pretty big step up. This isn't an official mobile like Moonton event. This is all ran by WCG. It is essentially third party, but they are still handing out big money to the winners here. So definitely a lot on the line over the next few days.
$40,000 for first place. You know, that would have called, I would say that's a life-changing money in Southeast Asia. But let's take a look at overview. Participating teams today, all the teams who are participating. Group 1, rank 1 is Echo Proud. Group 2, rank 1 is Echo Loud. And Group 3, rank 1, we have Evos Icon. And last but not least, we do have Group 4, rank 1 is Onic Overlord.
Now, these teams definitely went through a lot to get here. There was 4 groups with several different teams all over, and they had to beat down a lot of big teams from other regions just to secure these spots. Now, looking at the bracket over the next 3 days, it's going to be Match 1, Echo Loud up against Echo Proud. Match 2, Onic Overlord versus Evos Icon. The third match tonight is going to be the winners round on that upper side of the bracket of both winners from tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go into that losers bracket that decides which one of them will make it to the grand finals for day 3 as well.
Absolutely. Here we are looking at Echo Loud's roster, a familiar roster to a lot of you guys. We have Yaoi, Sanford, Sanji, Kaltis, Benicuti, the World Championship roster. Probably the only Tier 1 roster from, if you're trying to look at MPL regions. But in WCG, I'm really excited to see how this Tier 1 team take on Echo Proud, which is coming up with the roster right now, Trex.
Yeah, Echo Proud. We're going to have JP in the roaming position, James as EXP lane, Kurt Teasy in the mid side, Zeta as their jungler and outplayed, playing in the gold lane. The question is he going to be able to outplay the legendary Benny Cutie, Dave?
Ooh, gold lane. It's going to be one of those slow early, strong late game, right? It's all about how to scale or how to rotate. And then Echo Loud is one of the teams that show us how to do early rotation, especially with Yaoi's aggressive playstyle that really opens up a lot of room for their goal laner. So this is going to be exciting. You know, can the goal laner of the brother team step up to show up today? We'll find out. We'll actually show up tonight for both of us.
I mean, it's always interesting to look at two teams like this, right? From the same exact organization, we have Echo, who we all know and have learned to love over the past year, and then we have the MDL team, and it's like, can they prove themselves today to take down the big brothers? That's the story we want to write here. Can they show up tonight and take down the team that is essentially, I mean, obviously, essentially the favorite here, right? Echo. Yep. Yes, they did good at MSC. A lot of people thought they were going to bring home the trophy. They weren't quite able to, but still a force to be reckoned with. So does that force kind of trickle down into their MDL team? Are we going to see some big matches, or is this going to be a 2-0 sweep?
Hey Trex, you know what I'm excited about the current meta? The thing about tonight's match is, even though we know Echo Loud is really powerful team, they're proving themselves on the world stage over and over again, but this is a world cyber game, and every single team has fought their way through a tough group stage, you know, all the way over here. They're rank 1 of their group in order to be in this playoff. That's number 1. Number 2, the meta has shifted, and we know every single meta will make a new king. So right now, nobody knows, right? We talk about the pro players. The meta's completely shifted. You don't know what's going to be powerful. Some teams with I would say more creative hero pool will actually take the lead now, in my opinion, with the current meta, because you can play so many things. Grandeur jungle, carry jungle, we've seen that, right? We've seen Florin make her way onto the main stage. I'm so excited to see what the both PH team is going to take out tonight, as well as the Indo team. That's going to set an example, actually, for the entire world stage, entire world meta.
I mean, speaking of all those heroes that have now come back and all these new things in the jungle, I think the one thing that most fans are most excited about is that assassins are finally very, very viable at certain times. We've been seeing like the Angela Ling come out, the Angela Ling combo coming out. We know that CoachTezet, in some of his glory days, back when he was with Bren, was a monster on the Lance, still is a monster on the Lance, literally has a skin that is essentially CoachTezet. So, are we going to see some of that from him? Because honestly, we all got a little tired in M4 watching him play things like the Frederick, watching him be forced into the tank Lance a lot. Are we going to see some big damage picks here, some aggressive combinations?
Hey, I want to see Hanzo, man. That's all I care about tonight as jungler, to be honest. Hanzo with a new emblem system. I mean, you can do really well.
You've been saying this since M4, Dave.
Really creative emblems. I mean, yeah, I've been saying that. And Hanzo might get adjustment really soon. So WCG, tonight is the night, right? And Hanzo actually works really well against marksmen, especially those ones who are not so mobile, right? Like, you can do really well. So it might show up tonight. And also, I'm looking forward to see some creative mid lane combos, right? Because now there's so many different options that might be viable. We're talking about Alice right before the match start tracks. I think right now with Vengeance, with different kind of emblem combos, you can really make it to the main stage with the help of Florin and some other characters.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of possibilities with so many different combinations. The Novaria, how it's become possible. The Beatrix having these long-range poke effects. And that's also where some of these assassins have started to shine. I feel like so much comes down to this draft now. We were just talking about it before the stream, how, you know, a few months ago, drafts were almost easy to guess. You could sit there, watch MPL, watch M4, and almost guess every single pick that was going to come. But right now, it is hard to decide what these coaches are going to throw at you next. There always seems to be a counter just because so many more heroes are viable now.
Yeah, Trex, I have my homework, my draft sheet right here. Is probably 2 pages of combos of different things that might happen. Dude, I love the meta. Not only that, I was talking about this, I got a chance to talk to the game developers. They truly care about how the game experience is for all the pro players and all the players. You know, when we're at MSC, they were talking about how to balance different characters. That's the reason why the current meta is so creative, so different, you know, and so, I would say, unorthodox. You know, you have to just guess what enemy can pick. There's one thing, if a team would have come out, which is Luoyi and Kaja. We mentioned this yesterday, Trex. If any team takes it out, I will personally send every player on their team a skin if they care about that, because obviously they're walking away with a lot of cash. I mean, but if they
Dave
do,
is literally bribing
I want to see Luoyi and
teams to
Kaja
pick certain combinations right now. But all right, hey, why not? Listen, pick the Hanzo. Dave's got you. He's gonna hook you guys up. Just know, you know. I get it. I mean, definitely would be excited to see anything different right now. And I feel like there's going to be, honestly, over the next 6 months or 4 months, 3 months leading up to M5, we are going to see more and more new, unique combinations. We're going to see these coaches get down and dirty, kind of look in practice, in scrims, look for new heroes that might shine with the new emblem system, that might be just those hidden gems, and might just pull them out when we least expect it. You know, teams like Echo, Coach TikTok, he's known for kind of picking things that we don't always expect. So, are we going to see something a little bit spicy tonight?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of spicy characters, right? We already mentioned the Hanzo, but obviously Fanny now is actually more relevant than ever, right? Because Fanny, even though with the recent nerf, where every single CC can kind of stop her combo, but we've seen those crazy Fannies now. I don't even know why. I think a lot of support, because they ban Kaja and you have Floor now that doesn't really have a stable control, and it just makes Fanny more relevant, especially like people are grouping up. But see, the thing about Florin, Trex, we gotta talk about this character. It seems so disgusting, the current meta, because everybody builds like anti-heal and like anti-regeneration, and Florin just thrives in this environment with the passive, because her heal cannot be reduced.
It's true, and I think it also just thrives with some of these. I feel like a lot of fights right now sometimes can be very close and personal. And if your opponent, if you want to lock in something still like the bulkier jungler, not go for the assassin pick, something that's more of a dive in your face composition, it's something as well where the Florin thrives. Kind of why Blacklist likes to use it. Kind of when you want to run that Ube strat, it just works so well because the damage output after using that bloom, you're not only getting heal, but you're also outputting a little bit of damage to your enemies.
Yo, and then not only that, you also get lifesteal. Like the passive flower, that whatever she put it on. Oh my goodness! Like I don't know, this character just offers so much. I can't believe that just recently that we're started to see Florin surface in the competitive scene. I mean, why do you think Florin wasn't used before? It felt like such a comprehensive character that can offer so many things.
I mean, I definitely think we saw it very occasionally. Blacklist was a team that did pull it out very occasionally, but no one else was really running it like that. And I think just with the current emblem system, with the places that the meta is going right now, we're starting to see it a bit more. Again, it's not like it is pick or ban right now, I don't think, but not a whole lot of heroes are. We're still kind of up in the air. Kind of depends on who's you're facing, what country you're in, things like that. Yeah. But definitely interesting to see how a hero like that and how several other heroes as well have come out.
Sure. Another thing I want to talk about is also the emblems. Tonight, I'm really excited to see what kind of emblem combos all this player take out, like especially in different characters. Because those emblems now, because how creative it is, like again before the shell tracks, we're talking about common emblems. It's actually a common emblem now among the players, right? People are actually using them in the competitive scene because the base stats offers, and on top of the fact that you can just mix and match and pick whatever attack modifier that you want. So. Dude, this is such an exciting meta to be casting, to be honest, as casters.
Yeah, I mean, and getting that, speaking of some of those emblems and where some heroes that were already kind of good are now even better, like the Claude, for example, has been very popular over in MPL Indonesia. You're pretty much getting unlimited mana in the early game, something that he kind of suffered from before. But now the faster you move around, the more you're able to be even more agile. It just complements so well with it. And it's just we're seeing so many things that we never thought we were going to see, and I think there's going to be even more barriers broken as we move forward. Now, back to Echo, right? Who do we think we need to watch out for? You know, like gold lane, jungler. I feel like during M4 and kind of in that time period, gold lanes were really kind of carrying. But right now, even taking a look at Echo Proud, we saw that their jungler had one of the highest KDAs on the team, kind of showing where the shift in meta is going currently.
Yeah, but if you look at, I mean, you're on point. Not only that, with the players, I think another thing with Echo Proud that I'm excited to find out tonight is can their roam catch up to Yaoi, right? Because you said who's going to engage. Yaoi, I mean, for Echo's playstyle, because CoachTezet like to play assassins now, it's mainly going to rely on Yaoi as a main engage, especially when you play Chao. You see how aggressive this guy can play on Kaja. And Yaoi is a player that can also play Franco surprisingly well, right? The landing hook on a really, really high hit rate. Can our play match that kind of play style, right? And actually support the goal lane? Because beginning of this cast, we're talking about which goal laner is gonna skill better, skill faster into the late game. I think that's mostly regarding the roam rotation. And that strategy, I want to see like different formations coming out from Echo, right? Are we going to see the exact same playstyle? Because this is the brother teams we're talking about. They scrim against each other all the time. They have the same coach, same support team, same analysts. So are we going to see like a mirror matchup, or are we going to see a completely different identity coming from, a little bit of rebellious kind of playstyle, right? Okay, if you would like to do this, if you like to do team fights, if you like to engage, how about I don't do that? I just completely go split push, right? I play something really powerful on the side lane, and then my entire team just roam toward the side lane, pick up your EXP, go for Sanford, and then find that window of opportunity and go from that side. I'm excited to see that, right? That kind of formation tonight. Are we going to see something different? This is going to be, dude, I can't wait. This is the first time I see tier 1 versus a tier 2 team from Echo. And I don't think many people have that kind of opportunity.
And it's normally something you never see it on, only in events like this, right? Only in some of these third-party events do some of these MDL, as you would say, like tier 2 teams get the opportunity to prove themselves against the big dogs. And I like what you said about identity. I feel like this is a chance for Echo Proud to show that they're not just the little brothers of Echo, to show that they are monsters in their own right. This is their chance to do that tonight. I'm definitely excited for it. I know all of the viewers are excited as well. And just to let you guys know, we are taking our time with this. There is a little bit of a delay, but we're just making sure that both teams have the best opportunity to play at their full potential. Matches should be starting soon.
Make sure to drink your
Until
waters.
then, me and Dave are going to keep on drinking our waters. Stay hydrated.
Very
and
important.
keeping the show going.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream right now, definitely get yourself comfortable because we're solving the backstage issues to get the game on. This is happening all the way in Busan, Korea. Like I said, dude, the food over there are insane. We're actually in a virtual studio inside of Busan somewhere that you would never know.
Yeah, this is a green screen.
But it's yeah, this is a green screen behind us. Yeah,
we overnight
really
flighted
exciting.
last night. That's why we both look tired. We took a, you know, it's like a, what was it? How long was it? Like a 22-hour flight took us to get there. No layovers, nothing. We just went straight. Me and Dave studied all night long, the whole flight. It was crazy. But here we are in Busan, South Korea. Never been here before, but I'm definitely loving the food. A little bit spicy for me, but here we go.
Yeah, my favorite Korean movie is actually Train to Busan, to be honest. You know, I don't know if you watched that. That's my favorite apocalypse zombie movie. Dude, it was so good. But hey, back to the game. Tonight, we got to see the teams versus teams. I want to go back to the emblems though, because like there are some possible options that's coming out, like for all the teams. My favorite emblems right now is just assassin emblems, because right now literally every single character you can run it, even marksman, because assassin emblem give you 16 basic penetration to start off, and you can start with something like the rupture, which give you additional 5 adaptive penetration, which means you have 21 to start off. Your auto attack hurts. I've been running all the marksmen with assassin emblems on the side. You have so much lane pressure, because literally starting off the game, I don't know how many people know, but all the marksmen start off the game with less than 20 armor. So if you have over 20 penetration, that means you will do true damage every time you auto attack, right? Because you take away all their armor. So like that's actually so good. Like you will never lose a trade unless they build armor plate right off the bat, which I think everybody does now because it's so important with the assassin emblem. So like I want to see how many pro players running this in a go lane and how many pro players running this in pretty much every lane, to be honest.
I like it. I felt like the meme that has like all the geometrical symbols behind it when you were talking, because I was just like, whoa, whoa. But definitely, I think definitely very, very interesting. Now, so with all of your studying, with all of this in the emblem system, what do we think? I mean, what do we think we're gonna see? Like, from what we've seen, what do we think are gonna be some of the popular emblem picks for what roles? Has the XP lane changed that much? Has gold lane changed that much? For a while, assassin, you know, speaking of jungler, we kind of lost the jungler emblem. We're not seeing it used as much, but hold all that. No more nerding out. No more nerding out at all, because here we go into the first draft of Echo Loud up against Echo Proud. As you can see, the M4 World Championships will be on the blue side here. Echo Proud on the red side.
Oh, right off the bat, different treatment, you know. Echo Loud, I believe. Dude, I get the names confused all the time. Echo Loud, yeah. Echo Loud is a tier 1 team, main team. Verify squad, and Echo Proud seems to be like working on their Verify badge. But we're seeing the first band coming out. I mean, what do you think it is? Is it going to be foreign? Because right now everything's on the table, right? Ling!
Run deep.
They truly know each other really well, TREX.
I mean, I think the assassin bands, like I think a Ling right now, the Ling-Angela combo has been vicious lately. The Ling counters so much of those poke compositions that a lot of teams want to bring sometimes. So I think what we're doing right now is kind of forcing into the future and setting up for our own composition. There goes the Frederick ban from the side of Echo Proud. Maybe a little bit of a target toward Carl Teasy, but also taking away a possible flex pick in the early stage of the draft.
True. Fredrin is just such a good pick that can go to any position, right? Like, especially EXP in jungle, the flex. And right now, because there's so many different options, like, I think banning flex, if you're not sure what to ban, is a great choice. But it seems like Echo Loud is targeting, is mainly doing like target bans, right? Because their ban is not so flexy. It's mostly just, I'm gonna ban your lane, I'm gonna ban your quad, because I know you play these characters. And look at the Kaja, right? Like, Kaja is straight up, again, a singular position ban. So we're gonna take that off the map right away. And then with that, we're gonna come back to look at our beautiful faces. Yes, that's TREX right there. I mean,
I was first pick.
Nobody can get...
I was first pick.
Yeah.
We are now in the game. No, yes, we are back to us right now. I'm guessing we're having a few technical difficulties. I'm sure they will be resolved shortly. Yeah. But taking a look at the start of those bans, what do you think, Dave?
I think it's pretty... Dude, I missed the second ban from Echo Proud. Yeah, I believe Echo Proud. Yeah, because I saw the Fredrin. Do you see what they banned there? I didn't see the second ban.
Fredrin, I missed the second ban as well. I know it was Kaja and Claude from the side of Echo.
Okay, so we are getting the direction that they're actually remaking the lobby, but I think the bans might remain the same though. You know, Ling, Claude, and then we also have the Ling, Claude, Kaja outside of Fredrin. I did miss the second ban on. Mainly looking at the target bans coming up from Echo Loud. It was, again, quite interesting. One is a flex ban, another one is target ban. Because the thing about Fredrin is a choice. I mean, is it really a target ban? I know CoachTezet is good on all the 10 characters, but his main is actually assassins, right? You got to get back to his root. This guy is Hayabusa god, Lancelot god, you were mentioning right before in the beginning of this cast. So I don't think Fredrin is a target ban per se. It's definitely one of what you said, banning the flags, to be honest.
I'm wondering, you know, a hero that's been on my mind recently that I think might pop up here and there, the Helkurt. Yeah. The Helkurt was something that was banned in lobbies throughout MSC, throughout a lot of tournaments, throughout the end of NACT. It just wasn't around for a while, and I feel like a lot of us forgot of it. But it was such a good pick against things like the Novaria because of the Dark Knight Falls, because of the ability to jump into the back line and target some of those long-range squishies, as one might say. So I'm wondering if that's possibly something we could see pop up here.
See, another thing about Helkurt is at Objective Secure. Right, because you can kind of create a confusion for the enemy team. Like once the Dark Knight Fall comes out, like everybody's like, "Oh my God, what's going on?" Right? Because you don't know what's going on. And yeah, and also Helkurt has high execution with the skill 2 plus retribution. So it adds together. And we're talking about, like, you know, different jungler. Why Lancelot become meta such almost instantaneously overnight with especially the tank Lancelot, right? Because the skill 2 damage doesn't really get reduced in the previous meta, right? Even if you build full tank, and then you have such a high execution threshold with the skill 2 or the ultimate plus retribution combo. Either one you can use with it. Helkurt does something similar, right? You have the skill 2 high burst damage plus the retribution that increase your retribution threshold compared to the other side, plus the confusion created by your ultimate. So it's a good character. Now the thing about Helkurt is, if you miss your kill window, right? Like in an actual team fight, if you jump in and you don't kill somebody because the marksman popped with the Winter Truncheon at the right time, or Wind of Nature at the right time or not, you kind of become a little bit useless because Helkurt is really squishy and you can't really build Helkurt tank. If you build Helkurt tank, you don't do any damage, it jumps in. I mean, like, yeah, you create confusion, but then you just become a support. Then you just be like, oh my Venus, you know, Helkurt. But you're not really blacklisted, so it's just really confusing.
Definitely something that could pop up. Are there any other heroes that you think could possibly pop up into the meta over the next, over this tournament, even in future tournaments, things like that? Anything that maybe could be a hidden gem?
Dude, I want to see Alice, bro. Because you said there are a lot of things that you mentioned in the beginning was just... Should I say spot on, right? Because the common emblem give you a lot of regeneration, like common regeneration. It makes a lot of character that used to have problems sustaining lane all of a sudden become more viable, right? Especially now, even you can build tank emblem and still maintain the important attributes those character needs in a team fight, right? Like, because most of the characters don't need late game, especially late game. They don't need the attributes really. They mostly just need the should I say, the attack modifier from the emblems,
yeah.
right? Yeah, the main things, the killing spree that give you the regeneration after you kill, the main passive, exactly. But the attributes helps you with the early game. When you think about the tank emblem, it gives you 550 HP to begin with, just by picking an emblem. I mean, that's a lot of HP. I think early game, if you get hit by a marksman, like that does what, 80 damage for an auto attack, right? Like that's basically says it's what, 7 more auto attacks? Or think about the attack speed every marksman has in early game. It's like pa. I mean, we're talking about really slow auto attack right there, right? Like 7 seconds is insanely long. 7 auto attacks, I mean, it's insanely long in order to execute. So because of the new emblem system, it gets so creative what people can do. The only thing that I'm for competitive team though, because team are so cautious, so you don't really see that much creativity. But when you go to ranked games, when you go to like lower tier teams, you get to see a lot of creativity, right? And then it becomes really enjoyable to watch. Today is tier 1 versus tier 2, and I want to see what they can bring out. Are they gonna? And then it's more of an in-house game, right? Can they show us something different? So I'm actually really excited. Now we're back. Oh, Eve ban, obviously. Yeah, we're back to the same ban now.
Yeah, I like it, right? And we are jumping into those same bands. We take out the Eve. We also take out the Kadita here, focusing in on to Sanji. We've seen him use the Eve before. We know the Kadita's been a hot pick. So we're taking off a lot of these pressure heroes in a sense. The Kaja and the Ling from the side of Echo Loud, and the Kadita, the Eve, and the Fredrin from the side of Echo Proud. I'm wondering what's gonna be first pick here, because like we've been saying, it's so hard to guess. Everything has changed and there's so many different ways to approach these drafts. So whatever Echo decides to pick here could start setting the pace of how these next 3 days is gonna go.
Oh, Valentina, really nice pick right off the bat. I was just about to say Florin is still on the table, but see, the Florin, the thing about it is mainly the ultimate is just so strong, right? And you have a Valentina that can copy your ult. It's kind of like just stop you from doing it. And then not only that, Echo can still pick the Florin if they do, choose so. So right now they're in a really good position just with the Valentina first pick. And make you think of maybe Valentina is one of those characters that you must think about as a high priority, right? If you have like a lot of really good ultimates on the table. See, you can see right now, immediately we see that Franco comes out, Farsa comes out, which just kind of silently banned the Florin away from this map.
Yeah, not only that, but if CoachTezet wants to go for something high mobility, something like an assassin, JP has the answer for that. We already have the Bloody Hunt. But in response, because Sanji's going to have this Valentina, they also have that as well. Taking a look, though, at the side of Echo Loud, we're starting to see some CC build up here to kind of deal with the same CC that Echo Proud has had. But both teams definitely finding that very important. Yep. We have the Tyrant's Revenge from Yaoi here on this... I'm having a total mind blank on this Kufra.
Dude, Kufra, yeah, Kufra is definitely a great character. We've seen Kufra being picked so much recently, and also it's like a, should I say, a prediction, looking to the future kind of pick. Because there are Arla on the map, where I was just about to say Arla is also a great character that's heavily prioritized in the current meta, just because how great, not only is this a great assassin, but how great the setup you can do with the Flicker ultimate, right? So right now you have Kufra being picked, it just kind of stops the Arla from being that mobile, kind of stop the dash type of deal, right? And you have a Paquito being a flex pick as well, can go EXP lane, can go jungle. So right now, dude, I gotta say I love the Echo Loud's draft here. TREX.
And it looks like Echo Proud is reading that Paquito as a jungle Paquito, because they start banning more into Sanford here. They take out the Trizla, they take out the Yuzong. They think that Paquito is definitely going to the jungle, and they want to try to limit Sanford as much as possible here. So I like it. From the side of Echo Loud, they also fire their second round of bans out very quickly, taking rid of the Wanwan, getting rid of the Joy. So they must already have a plan for the gold lane up their sleeve.
Yeah. See, the thing about being able to see the draft inside the game is you can see people trolling, right? Like showing Alucard, and then and
for just a second, I thought it was gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard, this game is going to be really rough against Kufra, because it's going to, again, it kind of stops your entire passive, which is like really important. Not only does it stop your passive, because right now Alucard relies on using a skill and with a passive dash and then the enhanced auto do the damage, right? The skill does damage, but your enhanced auto is where money is at. But if you have the Kufra skill too, bouncing her face, not only does it stop the dash, it also just completely cancels the auto attack. So it's actually really devastating. Obviously, I was like, dude, that cannot be real, and it turned out like it wasn't real. So now we have Grok and Harith being taken out. What?
I like it.
Trex, walk me through this Harith. Yeah.
I mean, the Harith, it's just gold lane, right? And we've seen Benny Q'd on it before. Yeah. It works. It really does. He's able to pull it off. He played mages in his past. It's something that he thrives on, picking some of these mage picks in the gold lane. But the real thing here is that's what I was waiting for, the swap of that Grok and the Paquito. So it does look like the Paquito's going to go into the jungle, and Sanford's going to rock the Grok on the EXP lane, which will match up well against the EXP side of Echo Proud. The final slash, you're not going to be able to get CC onto this Grok as long as he's close to the wall to get his passive. There's so many ways that this is just going to be able to kind of deal with that in a sense here.
Yeah, I love the Grok pick. It is so nice. Grok, ever since Grok came out with the ultimate flicker, you know, the wall charge into that interacts with a flicker, I've been a fan of Grok. The setup potential, the one-shot potential into the back line, it's something I really can predict. In a lot of ways, it's actually better than most of the other EXP laner because how fast the execution is. You hit a wall, that person's dead. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go, walking to the first game between Echo Loud and Echo Proud. I'm AssassinDave with the wonderful, the beautiful Trex.
I like the intro. You took it soft. You took it soft. You really just like eased us up into this. We're gonna slowly build up from there, but it does look like outplayed from the side of Echo Proud is already asking for a pause here, but it looks like they're gonna keep this up down on the boss side. Echo Loud being a little bit of aggressive. Overall, maybe it was a miss, maybe it was a mistype. I don't know, but it does seem like the match is gonna keep going. So taking a look at both these drafts, take us through this, Dave. What do you think some of the win conditions are here?
I think that Echo have the very oh, Sanji got the lethal one. So right now it's all about like who, because for the Echo Proud team, it's more of a pick, right? Because they have the high burst damage. If they get a Franco hook with the Fossa burst, the Martis coming in, they can do enough. But with Echo Loud, the blue side is, I mean, I should just call blue Echo and red Echo, to be honest, at this point, so instead of being confusing. The blue Echo, like, they just have Yaoi on the Kufra, right? So it's all about the engage. They have Wombo combo coming in. Paquito into the Kufra, into the Valentina burst, and you have the Grok, like, wall charge. This is a full team fight combo. Their split pushing is actually not that great because nobody takes tower that fast. Even if you have Harith use the full ultimate, it's really rely on the Harith ultimate. Harith doesn't have the ultimate. It does not do any damage to tower. If Harith has the ultimate, it's still like a very limited window you can do damage to the tower. And even then, it's not that great compared to if you play a Beatrix or something, right? So here, this is really just a wombo combo, team fight combo, a team fight comp. Where the red Echo, there are a lot of picks, a lot of backline assassins. They have the burst damage, right? They have the Arlot, they have the Franco, and then the Farsa. So here we go. The engage tracks.
Speaking of Franco, though, JP in a little bit of trouble here, taking a lot of damage, forced to use a bloody hump, but Yaoi wants to try to get the finish. Zeta comes in, makes enough space, and JP pulls him back in. Zeta able to pick up first blood there. Turtle hasn't even been started yet, but the fight has. Sanford gonna fall next. Sanji pulling out, offended airstrike of his own. CoachTezet able to pick up Zeta. Right now, we're looking at a 1-for-2 trade so far, but CoachTezet wants more. Gets a nice left jab on James there, but still, Echo Proud coming out on top.
They are really proud today. Like, you can be loud, but we are definitely definition of proud. That was pretty good. From JMZ. JMZ coming in with a beautiful backline, should I say domination. And then he did a lot of damage. And not only that, I was surprised how JP lived. Oh, here we go, Trex.
We do see James dashing through, looking for something, but wait, the big wild charge. Able to get him knocked up, but James keeps on going. He flickers through, wants to get the finish, and finds it on to CoachTezet. Wait, the hook, the connection, and Zeta finds another one. That's two down for Echo Loud. Sanji just trying to pick up the pieces here, but Echo Proud has the advantage. The little brothers are taking off in game one.
Oh, you know, there was a saying, right? The younger brother team seem like they're dominating, and seem like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's like when baby wolves eat their dads and stuff like that. I totally get it. Or when dinosaurs used to scoop away Zeta in a little bit of trouble. Might get eaten himself. CoachTezet looking for the finish, but Zeta gets away with the whirlwind there, with the cyclone. I mean, right now, Echo Loud is not able to secure any kills or really make any plays across the map.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Making me proud, to be honest. He survived the first dive when Echo Loud used everything on him, right? And now, not only that, just now with the disengage onto Kufra, this guy is absolutely popping off today. He's already 0-0-4, 0 death, where Yaoi is 0-3-0. I mean, like, this is literally very dangerous going back home. We're seeing Echo Proud being prouder than proud tonight. Oh, topside team fights.
Prouder than loud. Prouder than loud. JP down to about 20% health, but CoachTezet does drop the feathered airstrike. Yaoi, Benny, they don't care. Benny tries to get in, can't get the finish. Once again, CoachTezet in a little bit of a bad spot, gets a stun onto Benny. Benny finally picking up the kill. Yaoi looking for it, but the recall comes back just in time. Echo Loud finally getting another kill on the map, putting them at 2-6. May be able to fight for this turtle, but Zeta and James are here as well. JP coming in on the backside. Zamon's Force does drop, but the final slash pushes Benny over the side. Big wild charge, knocking up 3 members. Yaoi able to secure the turtle. Sanji takes out James. Aoi takes out JP, and now Echo Loud is on the prowl. Sanford looking for another one. Yaoi able to pick up outplay there, and Zeta's on the run for the first time in the past 5 minutes. Echo Proud now on the wall.
You know, this is to show you that number advantage never goes wrong, right? Despite the fact that Echo Loud used everything to kill CoachTezet and CoachTezet as well as JP, getting chased JP low on the top lane just now, but they had 4 people onto the turtle. And even though Echo Proud didn't have, they still had everything, but 2 versus 4 not enough. Top side, one more time, another pick on the JP. So now Echo Loud has now regaining the momentum tracks.
I mean, and then they pick up another one. And this is a time that sometimes Echo does pop off. We see a lot of teams kind of thrive in this mid-game. Yes, 0-3 right now, and we're starting to see him pack a punch, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at farm. I'm actually really intrigued by the items at this point, and also the emblems. Hey, if you take a look, Trex, what's interesting is a lot of players are taking the movement speed emblem. Right, if you take a look at the emblems, right? Oh, here we go. Another team fight tracks.
A little bit of damage. CoachTezet gonna be the first to fall here. Zeta looking for another one. Benny in a little bit of trouble. Able to pop this Mon's Force though. Wild charge comes in. Sanford getting the knockup on Zeta there. Nice hook from Benny. Able to pull him back. Wait! Fire's Rage. Sanford goes down, but Sanji doesn't let him go down for free. JP gonna get taken out next. Wait, Zeta looking for the Hex, able to find Yaoi, and James finds Sanji as well. Echo Proud taking the advantage. That is a 3 or 4 for 1 trade there. Not only that, they're gonna take this mid lane tower and possibly the turtle.
Yo, that's a younger brother, all right. You know, like, that's for sure. When younger brother and bigger brother getting a fight, the younger brother always have the upper hand. It's just, this is how it is. Unless the bigger brother learns Kung Fu, but that's very rare, right? I mean, in this scenario, that's exactly what's happening. Just when we're talking about Echo Loud might have the chance of regain the momentum, regain the control of the wheel, and then Echo Proud took it back from the very palm of Echo Loud. So this is quite interesting. James has been doing a fantastic job, and CoachTezet might be diving a little bit too deep, even with big Tyrant Revenge. The Kufra's ultimate. It still doesn't seem like this is the Echo.
The bouncing ball, trying to get away, but they're able to find him. Yaoi taking a lot of damage there. Zeta able to pick up the killing spree with the decimation, but wait, Echo Proud now very low. James is trying to survive, but gets taken out from Benny there, but a nice smoke does land on us in the middle of 4 players. Can he get the outplay? Can he find something? No, the shutdown. Outplay with the outplay. This is not an outrage. Echo Proud on the prowl.
Oh my, you can't rest, Trex. Yaoi come back in one more time. I don't think he's finding much. But back to what I was saying, I think both teams are so Echo, right? They play so aggressive, and then nobody's given an lot and had a wonderful re-engage, or should I? And find 2 kills from the side of Echo Proud. JP turned the fight around with another hook, and then you saw how the entire Echo Proud was able to gauge the distance and juggle the aggro there, right? When Martis was hanging on 1 HP on Zaida, he was hanging on 1 HP, and he stayed on the side and just used his ultimate to finish off kills. Because he trusts his teammate to do the damage, to let him finish, let him execute. This is so good, and now they're putting themselves in a position to do this Lord. Oh, here it comes. Conceal.
Conceal play. Sanford almost gets locked up there. Forced to use a wild charge just to get away. James, though, on the chase. CoachTezet get a little bit close to the Lord Pit. Sanji, though, able to get a nice bloody hunt on James there, but wait, another hook. Zeta able to take the first Lord of this game, and Carl on to Benny Cutie. Sanford is the last defending man. Echo Proud. I don't know about Echo Loud right now.
Oh my God, Echo Proud, they're trying to do some roster replacement for the next MPLPH. Here we go. They're knocking on the door. They're going to the base. They're not, oh my God, or the passive popped already from the tower and Lord is not even here. TREX, this is too deadly, Echo Proud. I mean, both teams are Echo. The coach gotta be proud right now. This is crazy. The coach are doing a fantastic job.
I mean, either way, it's
Echo Proud
win,
and Echo Loud.
You know, no matter what, Echo wins here. But who would have thought that Echo Proud to be coming into this game so quickly? But wait, the final slash, putting everyone under the tower. Zeta able to find Sanji there. CoachTezet will drop next. Lord still at about 50%. And members of Echo Loud are falling shortly. They're locked onto the base. 20% Echo Proud trying to finish game 1, and they will in this best of 3. Echo Proud takes game 1. Woo.
Wow. Wow, I mean, we're talking about predictions for today's matches. The younger brother taking on the older brother. I don't think both teams, by the way, have players who are about the same age. So when we say younger brother and older brother, like we actually don't know who's younger, who's older on average age-wise. But we're not talking about age. We're talking about, like, you know, the starting team in the second. Talking about Philippines, one of the regions that actually have taken the most amount of championships in the entire world stage for Mobile Legends, bang bang, right? So this region produced some crazy players, and in order to make it to Echo, doesn't matter if you're like second team. Just kidding. I'm pretty sure all the players equally as good looking. But dude, that was such a great game. James with a backline flank. Oh my God, give me more, James, coming into game 2.
Not only that, but JP, man, I think honestly, really the man of the hour there. So many hooks that, and like you see Franco's that land good hooks, like you see crazy hooks, and JP's hooks weren't like, wasn't nothing like super crazy, but he landed the perfect hooks. Starting from the very beginning when he pulled Yaoi out of his Tyrant's Rage, like he always found the right person at the right time in the middle of those very long team fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items. I actually want to see this item for a long time. We got to see him. James with the crazy Thunderbelt. Dominance eye, some components, but do you think they actually built this item as the first item? I highly doubt it, right? Like, you just don't go a Garden Helmet as a first item. And then, but I don't know, I didn't get a chance to take a look at the other side before we come back to us, beautiful face. And then obviously TREX being incredibly beautiful. We actually color matched. Look at our bow ties. Still,
we planned
TREX, what do you think
about
it?
We actually didn't plan this. Somehow we just both ended up here with white t-shirts. I looked at him and I was like, why are you wearing the same thing as me? But here we are, and all felt like Echo Loud was gonna get the dub, but Echo Proud always seemed to kind of just be the bigger aggressors, able to take those fights. And overall, when it came to like when things got really technical in some of those longer team fights, they were able to make the plays that mattered. Like I said, JP was super pivotal there. And I'm wondering, you know, we saw Echo Loud ban out the Kaja, which means they want to get rid of some suppression there, but then they end up giving up the Franco, so they have no kind of real suppression of their own.
Dude, suppression is so good in the meta right now because there's so many different characters that can dash around, like walk around. And let's say Claude is really popular, right? And then obviously you have the Martis, immune to quad control. Guess who stops that? Suppression, right? So JP definitely a good job on definitely did a good job on the suppression character. The only suppression left in the game. You know what? I definitely hope that Sylvana get another suppression. People say there's too much suppression. I think there's not enough. Sylvana's ultimate is really hard to land. If you get that into the game, it might be really good. Who knows? But back to the game, I think you're absolutely, again, Trex, I think you're spot on every single time. Last game, JP popped off. Not only that, every single player, right? I mentioned James because I'm more of a flanky type of guy, like focus on the EXP laners, right? That guy was definitely really sneaky. Like he was in and out, in and out. Not only is he good in positioning on how to get to the backline, he was good on engaged timers, like when to go in, right? How to kite. He juggled aggro like a king. He goes in, did a round of damage and walked away, circled through the rock, and find a reflank opportunity. And that kind of stuff is just really, really good. I mean, it takes a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, and obviously a lot of courage in order to do that. So those two characters, in my opinion, the star players that the last game. But yeah, you're right. Echo Loud, it seemed like they had an opportunity to come back last night, but not last night, last game. And then it didn't pan out.
So I mean, with this, right, we're going to be having a it's a best of 3, right? Short break.
Yes. Yeah. It seems like we're going to a short break for 5 minutes, and we're going to come back for match 2. All right.
This music. I'm
We
loving it.
are. Yeah. Yo, dude, we're vibing. We're singing in the back with this music tracks, and it's really
Loud
fun,
and proud.
to be honest. Like, I can see. Yeah, I can sing this all day. Game 1 was definitely a great showing from Echo Proud. Coming to game 2, I was talking about Echo Loud momentum, right? Because in the MSC, it seemed like their momentum, you can feel like in the actual stage where Echo Loud was, they just don't feel like the Echo in M4, right? Or in PL. So now, coming to this tournament in WCG, it feel like it's not the same characteristic. It feel like they're off character for a little while. It's like if Echo is like this beautiful movie and all the people are like actors in it, it just feel like they're off character. They were playing, you know, for somehow like the engage were not in sync. You know, I imagine the win condition being the Kufra engage into the Grok ultimate, or the Grok engage into Kufra ultimate, and then into the Paquito combo, Valentina. That never happened. You know, that never happened. And then it just seems a little bit odd. It's like one off another. CoachTezet getting caught off way too much. Yaoi was 0-3-0 starting off the game. And then they were not able to pick off Franco in the beginning, right? It's two people. Whereas before TREX, we've seen where with Echo playstyle, it's like 3 people onto 1 if they want to engage. So now, I think drastically like lack of synergy coming out from Echo Loud tonight.
I think maybe also a little bit of like maybe they underestimated their opponents here, because it felt like they kept wanting to be the aggressors. They were never the reactors. It felt like they were starting a lot of those fights, and JP was waiting for that. Right now it feels like Echo Proud kind of has Echo Loud's number a bit. They know how they play. They know what they want to do, and they're just waiting for Echo Loud to make those plays, make those quick movements, and they have the instant counter to it, the instant counter attack in those team fights. So this time I think Echo Loud needs to switch things up a little bit, maybe play all of this a little bit differently.
Oh, here we go. The Franco ban. And it's like a mutual respect Kaja ban, the double suppression ban away from the map. So now it's just engage and disengage, right? So are we gonna see a huge engage pick and then diggy pick, or it's gonna be a double aggression engage? Again, this is brothers. This team train against each other day in, day out. Oh, one more time, the E ban and Fredrin ban. This is the standard bans from the last game, right? Except for, with the exception of the Franco. So Echo Proud definitely come in. Even though last game I leaned towards Echo Loud's draft, and then turned out Echo Proud had a plan, and they played with momentum a few times. You can say that JP got lucky. You can just say that, or Echo Loud was just like off sync a little bit. It was 2 versus a Franco, and it just barely missed the kill. But nonetheless, I mean, this game, let's see. First pick, Claude. What do you think about that, TREX?
I mean, like I said to you, the Claude has been something very, very valuable. Over here in NA, it seems like it hasn't quite caught completely yet, but the Claude has been like the gold laner. It is currently the goal lane, especially with some of the tanky EXP lanes that are popular. The Uranus has gotten popular. A lot of other tankier heroes have gotten even tankier because of the way you can use the emblems now to sustain. So he just works very well. He also has mobility. Pretty much you get all the things you used to have with Claude, but you get a little bit more sustainability in the early game. You're able to move around a bit more, and you don't have to ever go back for mana at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have the standard picks again coming out from Echo Loud. Valentina and Kufra. This is the same draft from last game. Valentina and Kufra, first, second pick. Oh, we're talking about engage on engage, aggression on aggression, violence on violence, momentum on momentum. This is it, TREX. You have Kufra and Minotaur. Now the thing about Minotaur is when Minotaur uses ultimate, he becomes immune to quad control. So it's like it's a good way to counter Kufra in a sense, right? Because it's just like pa pa pa, Millennium Fury, knock up mini. But now remember, the ultimate can be copied by Valentina. So, and it's big ultimates. So when they pick stuff like this, you gotta, think about what. But Valentina's Valentina, right? There's not too many counters against it, especially on top of the fact that all the suppression are taken away, so you can't really target him. Now this does have really good combos though. You have Minotaur jumping in with a big AOE knockups. With Kadita's combo, right? You don't have to use Petrify anymore. Just go in, big AoE knockup, into a big AoE knockup, into the ultimate, into the rough wave, and it's over. 1-1 being taken out. 1-1 against Claude. I mean, do you think this is this is like one of the OG one-on-ones into the goal lane? But it seems pretty boring because there's not too much going on into the goal lane. But 1-1's gonna have a little bit of advantage because he is gonna take the Inspire.
Yeah, I do feel like, I definitely think Benny Cutie and and this Claude right here are there's not gonna be too much happening in the early stages. Where I think the 1-1 is gonna be crucial here, right? Is the fact that you can nullify the CC, right? So if you can bait out that Minoan's Fury, move around, it could become the perfect target, right? If you can bait out this Kadita to try to dive in, use the rough waves, get a little bit caught too deep, Benny Cutie could be very crucial here as long as he plays the 1-1 right.
Right. But seeing as with Minoan Fury, it's a 3-stage knockup. So it's like you can bait it out, but this guy also has a flicker. And remember the thing about Minotaur that many people are kind of like underestimate is the skill 2. When you're in rage form, your skill 2 will heal you every time you take an auto attack. And guess what? Guess who auto attack really fast? Character like 1-1. Right, so if 1-1 ultimate, and her ultimate counts as an auto attack, so you can use skill 2 and get lots of heal back. So it's actually really good. And then not only that, like I said, he has a 3-stage knockup with the Minoan Fury. So yeah, 1-1 can use a skill to dodge one of them, but like, can you use it to dodge off to the final rage, right? The final knockup. That's gonna be debatable. Oh, here we go, the lock, the Akai, the OG Akai, and the Bane into the game. And obviously Lapu Lapu, the domination, the #1 pick in EXP lane from M4, coming back into Rizla. Trex, what do you think about the draft?
I'm not gonna lie, I like Echo Proud. With that Bane pick, it answers this Terizla with the Deadly Catch. It answers the dive composition that Echo Loud wants to bring. The Deadly Catch is going to be super fearsome. And here's the thing, right? You talked about it before. Is Echo Loud losing some of their momentum that we saw from M4? It feels like they're still picking some of the same picks that we saw back in M4. It feels like they're still picking some of the same picks that we saw in 3 months ago meta, towards a lot of other teams are willing to experiment, willing to pick up these new things like the Bane, like the Minotaur. And if this works, let me make this very clear. This is match point right here. This is not a best of 5. Yeah. So it does seem like as we jump into match point here, Echo Proud up against Echo Loud. If Echo Proud wins this, they knock Echo Loud down to the lower bracket, the loser's bracket as some might call it. A lot is on the line here, so take us away, Dave.
Cool. But I want to take a moment to follow on the point that you mentioned a little bit earlier, with the big teams missing on the momentum. The thing about that is, like, the established team, the team that's already has success, one thing about that is that there's so much baggage and so much pressure, right? It's okay, we're already winning with this strategy. Are we really gonna change a strategy right now, right? Whereas the lower tier team, like I said, when we see the experiments, it's usually coming from the lower tier teams because they're not afraid to lose anything, right? There's nothing on the table, not pressure. If they win, it's great. If they lose, it's like, like it's whatever, right? If I win, it's, oh my God, I just beat the tier 1 team. If I lose, there's no pressure. So that's usually those teams who are taking on experiment, trying something new. And because the huge meta shift, the huge meta change, it's frequently those new teams that coming up that's not afraid of to try things going to have the upper edge. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Every time a meta shifts, a meta changes, it's always creates a new king. We never seen like the same team dominates completely different metas in any mobile game, any strategy game, right? Especially something as competitive as Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
So let's take a talk about some of these neutral objectives and how each team has to approach them, right? I feel like some of the big plays here are going to be the heavy spin from CoachTezet and the deadly catch along with the Minoan's Fury from the side of Echo Proud. Who's going to be able to land these CCs a little bit better? It does look like James in the backside will pop the Brave Spider. Benny Cutie, the offlane takes out Outplay. But aside from that, we're still in the turtle pit. JP able to find Sanford. The deadly catch comes out and Zeta secures the first turtle of this game. Huge that Benny Cutie gets that kill up in the top side 1v1.
Yeah, and I want to say that right now Echo Proud is still doing pretty good. They secured a turtle. They got a kill, right? Obviously lost the one-on-one trade on the top side. Otherwise it would have been a one-on-one trade and with the turtle kill. So Stanford is not afraid. You can see James. There's not a second of doubt. Where a lot of teams when they go against like really strong team like Echo, they become kind of not them, right? Like they're afraid to fight. They're afraid to, even in a winning condition, the winning situation.
It is still putting them a little bit ahead of Outplayed here, which is important. Now you talked about combos earlier. If we want to talk about a wombo combo, Echo Proud definitely has it. You have the wild catch, you got the rough waves, you got the Minoan's Fury, you got the whole package, the whole meal here, ready to serve to Echo Loud. Echo Loud also kind of has that, but I think a lot of it, once again, is going to Echo Proud.
Oh my God, TREX. Why did JP keep on doing this? Right, he survived yet again with sliver of health. I mean, but that was a beautiful wombo combo though, right? Like this is the wombo combo that Echo Loud wanted to pull off last game with their engages, But it seemed like Echo Proud was doing it for them. And it's doing a fantastic job. We're seeing Naka, pump Naka, but pump ultimates the Purify on the side of Echo Loud.
In the very beginning, before all these games started, you mentioned identities, Dave. And Echo Loud has always been, I mean, I feel like their identity has been volatility. It's been aggressive. It's been in your face. We can also play slow. They've mastered so many things, but Echo Proud is possibly finally go down. He's still up, pops the flicker, Outplay finds Benny Cutie, and that is a good trade. JP goes down, but that's okay, because CoachTezet will fall next, and there it is. They have been reacting perfectly.
Oh, TREX in the mid lane, no. It seemed like the trade-off of skills. Wait, TREX.
Wait a second, Sanji in a bad spot, forced to steal the deadly catch with the IMU just to get away. Sanford in the midst of things, getting some nice damage on a CoachTezet here, trying to get the finish. Can he though? CoachTezet able to just escape, but Yawi comes in with the Tyrant's Revenge, able to find it. Sanford goes down anyways though to James. They are back and forth right now, blow for blow, and Yawi almost takes a left hook, able to get away though. Benny Cutie with crossbow tame, able to lock onto James there, but can't get the finish. The shield comes in time. Overall, it's 5-4 at 6.5 minutes. Echo Proud holding about a 1,000 gold lead.
I usually don't talk about mechanics, but just now that was such a beautiful mechanic from Outplayed. Played by Outplayed, right? I mean, Outplayed with the Outplay. He
get away, responds, gets knocked up to Petrify, the rough waves, and Zeta takes the turtle. CoachTezet can do nothing but run away with that heavy spin, but they don't want to let it happen. James tries to get the finish, Biawi comes in the nick of time, able to stun him up and allow CoachTezet to escape with a sliver of health. Sanford coming from the side, but Echo Proud doesn't want to stop. They're going to move on to this tower, finally backing off, but still the aggression is there, Dave.
I mean, there's not too much. Just now, the turtle fight was pretty standard. Echo Proud had a position, and then they played aggressive, but a little bit disconnect, obviously, because they used the Minoan Fury to delay the turtle. And every time you use that, when you have a separation of skills, you're running into a problem, right? You have to do one thing at a time. You either fight, drop the turtle, or you just do the turtle. But just now there was like disconnects. Panda can just use the ultimate Purify and go back in to try to steal the turtle, which resulted in a lot of wasted skills. So back to what I was trying to say was Outplay. Here you go, the exact same situation. JP getting caught. Can he save himself this time?
Yeah, but he's not going to get away this time. Zeta able to pick up the killing spree on Yawi, though. The fight still pursues James, looking for Sanford. Double kill into Zeta's hands. Able to find Sanford. The Crab Claw Cannon with the range is just too much. James trying to lock on to Sanji. Sanji forced to use the IMU just to escape here, and Zeta is relentless on this Bane right now. CoachTezet can do nothing but run. Sanji coming in, gets terrified, but Zeta pops the recall, showing you that I am not scared.
Oh God, I cannot finish a single analysis. There's too much action going on. And both teams, once they have the momentum, they're not letting it go. But now I have the chance to, we have the chance to breathe. Let's recap, you know. First of all, I think this game is such a high mechanically skilled game, right? The outplay on top side, the reason why he took Purify against 1-1, initially at 1-1 would have a little bit of advantage because Inspire does give you so much extra damage. But after Claude finished the core items, right, does have the DHS, he jumped in, did the damage, and then he let 1-1 accumulate the stacks, accumulate the passive, and he used Purify to kill. At this point, I mean, I wouldn't comment too much on macro rotation because both teams are rotating about the same. It's just that Echo Proud is comboing. They're doing everything right with their win condition, right? They're comboing back to back, except for the last turtle fight, because you know it seems like Minotaur was jumping in all by himself. Here we go. This might be a big profile engage Trex.
Yeah, lots going to be on Betty Q. We haven't seen him get a big crossbow tang off just yet, but JP wants to get one off for himself. It's mayhem in the Lord pit, and the Lord does go to CoachTezet. It's a beautiful steal. Zeta takes him out, though, and Sanford drops next. Sanji next on the chopping block. That's 4 down in a matter of seconds. Make it 5. Zeta with the triple kill. It's a full team wipeout, and that's not a fair trade in my book for the Lord.
Are they looking to end the game right now? They might be. Thanks.
5 seconds till Yahweh comes up. 5 seconds for CoachTezet, but they got a wave of minions. They're gonna lock on. In comes a deadly catch, and that's it. A 2-0 sweep. Tonight the little brothers brought the heat. Echo Loud will be brought down to the lower bracket, and Echo Proud moves forward.
Woo! Woohoo! That was a fast game. Was that 10 minutes? That wasn't 10 minutes, right? 9 minutes? You get the Lord, we get your team, we get your base. We got a clean ace outside your base. That was pretty good. Initially, I thought the team fight was a little bit disengaged, but Minotaur quickly came back. The ultimate served the purpose to separate the team fight, in a sense, and he jumped back in. It seemed like a pretty good engage initially from Minotaur, but the ultimate didn't land on too many people. But it does separate the battlefield, and he came back in, and everybody from the side of Echo Proud just dove onto the 2-3 people in the front. I believe it was Yaoi and then as well as CoachTezet. So they were completely separated. Yes, they got lucky with Retribution in because we all know that's really just 50-50 at that point with the Battle Wars. It's been like that for quite some time now. But still, 2 versus 5, right? And Echo Proud just dove on them, got a clean ace, and then move on to the base. How they tanked the base, waiting for the minion wave, was absolutely textbook, right? You saw that? How they tanked the high ground tower, and then move on to the base. That was beautifully done, Trex.
Most definitely. And taking a look at some of these items here. Mainly James with the sustainability. Not only that, but I mean, just a lot of tanky force. But that's what allowed Zeta to build a Blade of Despair, and he immediately starts scaling. He's able to spend a lot of money. Sometimes you kind of want to, do we want to risk it on this Blade of Despair so soon? It's such an expensive item, but he's able to do that. And that's when we started seeing that the Crab Claw Cannon really start popping off. He's able to get that bounce, that ricochet shot, and that's when it's doing even more damage. And I mean, at that point, people are just getting sniped left and right.
Trex, I know we're watching the items, but I just can't, you know, but to notice that for the side of Echo Loud, they all had girlfriend pictures. I mean, like, this is so interesting. It's the first time we're gonna see their profiles or ego pictures. I mean, that was interesting. That was definitely pretty good. But Echo Proud's gonna take the series, which means they will proceed to the upper bracket final and dropping Echo Loud into the lower bracket semifinals. Something that few people predicted will happen, but you never actually just underlook the underdogs, right? Especially similar in a lot of scenarios, in a lot of situations. We talk about meta has completely shifted. Right now, who will win the next major tournaments, like this one, WCG, like the upcoming MPL, different regions, NACTs, we don't know. Right, everything's up in the air because the entire meta shifted, and that's what makes this entire season so exciting, Trex. Because nothing is certain, right? The old kings, right? Who cares? Look at this. Look at the wombo combos, right? Look at the different identities. This has been a beautiful series by Echo Proud. And then next series, we want to see some Indonesian action because Indo will actually play a completely, even a more aggressive identity than Philippines. So I cannot wait for the next series, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, win or lose, either way, the Echo fans did win today. But until the next matches, which just to let you guys know, it is going to be Onic Overlord up against Evos Icon. Like Dave said, Indo versus Indo. It's going to be coming soon, but we're going to be taking a quick break before that.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
All right, Dave, we are back. To those that are just joining, this is WCG, the World Cyber Games, coming live from Busan, South Korea. We just watched, I mean, a hell of a match between Echo Proud and Echo Loud, and the underdog team takes a 2-0 sweep against the M4 World Champions. Joined with me is Assassin Dave. How you feeling right now?
I think TREX, once again, nail on the coffin. Echo won last game. What can I say? You know, you said it in game one, either way, Echo was going to win. And I think you were absolutely right. You know, it turned out Echo did end up winning. It's just that it's Echo Proud who proceeded to the final of winner's bracket. Now, they're going to take on the Indonesian teams. The upcoming match, we're going to have Evos Icon versus Onic Overlord. Again, I'm tonight, even though this is like 3 a.m., but I'm excited, bro, because I got to see some really strong line meta from the top players in SEA, right? Like the meta are shifting. We're talking about how the entire meta is shifting. Everything's different now, and we're seeing that firsthand, TREX, in this game. And now we're looking at the roster from Onic Overlord. Rome is going to be Oven. We have Luppy, Cesar, Bowie, and D. Cesar.
Now, taking a look at that, though, look at Cesar. KDA 11.2. I think Cesar is definitely going to be a hero we need, or definitely a player we need to keep our eyes on, honing down the mid lane. And this just goes to prove even more of where the meta is right now. We saw in Echo Proud, Zeta, right? The jungler was one of the leaders in KDA, but here on this team, it is the mid lane.
Like Overlord, this is, to be honest, I gotta be transparent, okay? I gotta be real with you guys. I gotta keep it 100 with all of you guys watching.
Keep 100,
this is yeah, keep it 100. This is a pretty new roster to me. I just want to see how they perform tonight. I gotta say the KDA looks pretty exciting. Obviously, the mid lane and the goal lane are gonna have much better KDAs. But interestingly, the mid lane has much better KDA than goal lane. What I'm interested in is where this KDA is captured, right? Like, how does KDA calculated? Is it rank KDA or is it tournament KDA? And if it is tournament KDA, what tournament data are we drafting from? And that's also very important when we're looking at data like this, because KDA is a pretty important
group
metric.
Stage. I'm pretty sure it all goes from the group stage.
Yeah, but okay, group stage. But is it the most important metric to evaluate a team? Because if you think about like jungler, right now in Mobile Legends Bang Bangs, mostly jungler's objective is mostly secure, secure objectives, right? Different assassins. Now let's take a look at Evos Icon's roster, TREX.
Yeah, in the Rome position, we have Von Strong. In the XP lane, we have Veldora and then Von Strong. We're going to be saying it like that all night. After that, mid lane, we have Krite. The jungler will be Sutsujin, and the gold lane will be Doma. This is the lineup for Evos Icon tonight. And, you know, Indo versus Indo, Evos versus Onic. This is a tale that has been told many times. These are two teams, two organizations in general that have battled it out for the past few years. And tonight, though these aren't the main lineups, they aren't the tier ones, as you would like to say, Dave, this is still a major org versus org battle.
Yeah, this is Neil Armstrong we're talking about, right? I was gonna say Neil Armstrong, but this is Neil Armstrong. Dude, I literally don't know
first man to land on the moon, right?
Him.
That's the first. That's the first man to land on the moon, right?
Yeah, he's
Neil Von Strong.
Yeah, exactly. He's the first. I'm pretty sure Van Strong is the first Rome with 8.0 KDA. Like, how? Don't tell me that's from a tournament, TREX. Like, how are you gonna be a Rome player and have 8.0 KDA? Like, what kind of Rome are you playing? I play full tank, 5-bladed Despair Grok, like, or are you playing like one of those one-shot, I don't know, Novaria support, right? Like, what kind of support Rome are you playing? No, that could. I mean, to be honest, I'm just saying.
It could be a possibility. It could be, you know, a snipe roam. Also, I mean, it could just show that the way they're focusing on these fights is playing things a little bit safer. You know, not your typical super hyper aggressive team, taking things slow and only making plays when plays need to be made. Last game we saw JP on that Minotaur, I mean, get out of some very sticky situations where he probably should have died and held a pretty decent KDA throughout that game. So definitely a lot of possibilities. And I'm excited to see the difference in this draft. Is it going to be a huge difference from the PH counterparts?
Right. And also, like, Minotaur is just so strong, right? Like, last game, you saw the skill too. With the heal, with the emblem, how much he's able to sustain in the team fight. Taking down the 1 HP, because frequently Minotaur now is the bush checker, the vision explorer, the discoverer, right, for the team. So he's in the front line, you know, in the trenches, getting his feet dirty, getting his hand dirty as well, and getting bamboozled by the entire other side. But with single skill 2 in the rage mode, he's back alive. Imagine the cow does not turn into beef tonight, right? It's just still standing strong as a cow. And that turns into a bull. And that's exactly what Minotaur is now in the current meta. And I'd like to see more Minotaur. But in this game, I mean, I have never actually saw how those two teams play. So this is gonna be quite exciting. Evos Icon versus Onic Overlord. Are we gonna see something completely different? Are we gonna see some new meta we're talking about? Tonight we have never seen a single Florin TREX. And Florin has been dominating the entire meta right now with, you know, different combos, right? Fredrin, Florin, or, you know, some other people with Florin, right? Any tank players, any tank junglers would have worked really well with Florin. That heal is absolutely insane. We've seen some Fredrins going in the 1v5, take a lot of damage, and with a Florin sustain, with the flower, with the passive, with the ultimate, he just doesn't die. And maybe we can see that coming out from Indonesian team tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the last games we saw were definitely two hyper-aggressive compositions, very divey, and it just seemed like Echo Proud brought the perfect counter to the diveness of Echo Loud. So, again, are we going to see something different with Onic Overlord, with Evos Icon? We know on the Indo side, metas have always been slightly different. In the past, they were playing Assassins even when Assassins weren't really popular, right? When almost everyone was running tank jungle, we saw a lot of Indonesian teams and M4s still pick up the Hayabusa, still pick up the Ling, things of that nature. Last game we saw some of those things get banned. Will we see some of them slip through the cracks here?
Yeah, Ling being first ban. Eve, undoubtedly mid, but also really powerful, right? And it's also really good against tank. There's a reason why Eve comes to the front line of the meta, because they're so good against tank, so easy to kite them. And then you can see last game, it wasn't even that tanky. It was like a Martis game 1 for Echo Proud. In the second game, they had a Bane, right? I mean, it's fighter, which is similar to tank. That's just Philippines. You also pointed out that Echo was very signature playstyle. Both teams played aggressive. It's aggression on aggression, momentum on momentum, violence on violence, right? For the Minotaur and Kufra. But are we going to see something different coming out from Indo team? Because this is no longer brother teams we're talking about. However, they do come from the same region. So they you know, undoubtedly they will scrim quite frequently against each other in the same region. Right? By the way, for those who do not know, if you go to those regions, they have scrim servers. And it's packed. Every day you get like hundreds of messages in those servers. Oh, looking for scrim, looking for scrim. Teams train hard in Indonesia and Philippines, right? So tonight, I got to see some MDL teams, and I'm really excited.
All right, so if we had to pick right now, which team are you rooting for, Dave? Who are you betting on?
Yeah, Onic Overlord. I do it for the name, you know. Yeah, I like Evos.
It makes sense. You know, it's a good fit.
I can do this. You see, if I do this, it looks really cringe. But you do it, actually looks really cute. It looks really kawaii. So it makes sense. Like you're supporting Icon, right? So yeah, but Overlord is definitely like more of a
in the jungle. I know Suchijin has had a lot of FaceTime, and not just MDL, but some other tournaments locally, things of that nature. His name has become pretty well known. So I'm excited to see what he brings to the table here. Now, the game should be starting shortly. Again, we're making sure that both teams have the best capabilities and they fight in a very fair environment. So we have a little bit of time to kill. Dave, back to this. Onic Overlord up against Evos Icon. What do you think some strategies may be as we jump in to this first game?
Oh, God. I mean, Onic, you know, the later game is the Overlord, but the later half, but it's Onic, right? If they train with the starting roster Onic, I mean, we're talking about Keyboy, we're talking about, again, a very aggressive playstyle, similar to Yaoi, right? Yaoi and Keyboy, they're very, very similar in how aggressive they like to play. So if that's the way it is, and that's the only possible assumption I can have at this point, a logical assumption. So I would assume that Onyx playstyle, Onic Overlord tonight is going to be very aggressive. Are we going to see some Chow? Are we going to see some Kufra? You know, like those heavy pin. And then coming to in MPL, they've never should I say, seized to lose or surprise their fans with all kinds of picks they have. So tonight it's going to be really exciting. I'm just really excited to see hero pool versus hero pool. And then honestly, I don't know how Onic Evos Icon's going to play tonight, but hopefully Onic's going to pull off an incredible aggressive show. I like aggression, to be honest. You know, I'm all about those aggression, if you know what I'm talking about.
The aggression. I like it. And it seems like, we're kind of creeping back into that very hyper aggressive meta in general of just like in your face. We're not wasting any time. We just saw a game end in what was the final time? About 9-10 minutes. That's something that we haven't seen in a while. Games for a minute there were like running to 20-30 minutes sometimes with the tank meta that was in. Slap on the face for Untitled Loud was really good, right? The way how they ended the game, it was just beautiful. And again, we talk about this repetitively regarding how the top tier team is really hard for them to adjust to the new meta, because what's already working, why change it, right? The only way for them to change is a strong shift of meta. Somebody proven that their strategy is superior now in the current meta. The only time when competitive teams make the change when new meta shifts is you've seen the reason why Philippines have dominated entire Mobile Legends for so long is because like the meta has stayed stagnant for the past year and a half, right? For the past many seasons. And that's why they dominated for so long. And now finally we're seeing a huge shift this year. And by the way, we already know this year, not only the current meta that we have is just the tip of the iceberg. There are a lot more to come later half of the year before M5. So we're going to see more and more different strategy comes out. You know, we're going to see more of the Granger jungler, the Roger jungle, the YSS jungle, all that kind of stuff is going to resurface back into the meta. And I'm so excited to see where this is going to lead us. Because I think every time there's a meta shift, it just breathes new air into the competitive scene. It makes the tournament more fun, more enjoyable to watch. And then I got to see some new characters like Hanabi and Angela combo with the shield. I don't know, right? Like I want to see those, but they never show up. But TREX, I think that's, what do you think, right? What do you think about Indonesia? You watch MPL Indo all the time. Is there any like silhouette of Indo meta into this? I don't know. I think Indo definitely has a good. They're in a place right now that we haven't seen them be at for a little bit. They've always kind of. I feel like PH was very complimented by the last meta. Teams like Blacklist, CoachTezet did very well in some of those tank junglers, and Indo was like really hanging on for a bit there, trying to still make some of these assassins work in a time when it didn't work at all. Still make this fast-paced meta work in a time when it just didn't really have a place. And right now, with the volatility that the meta is in right now, with all these new picks, with all these possibilities, I think this is a place that Indo's thriving right now. They're loving this. They're loving the insanity of everything right now. And it's why we're seeing them do so good. Onic takes home MSC. Definitely just in a place where this could be a spot that they could reign supreme. And as we saw in last game, we saw with like Echo Loud, they had a little bit of issues. They're having a little bit of trouble adapting. They're still trying to run some older picks, picking some of the same exact compositions that like I said, that we saw a while ago, to whereas Echo Proud brought out the Bane, they got spicy with it. And I think a lot of teams in the past, you would get punished for trying something like that. You pull out a Minotaur, you're going to get punished. You pull out a Bane, you're going to get punished. But now those possibilities are here. You can try new things. So I'm just excited to see what else are people going to start trying. Are we going to start seeing marksmen come back to the jungle? Are we going to start seeing some of these other picks that we've all missed but have been wanting to see so bad come back?
You see, that's why I'm all about synergy, right? Like I'm all about groceries and synergy, right? Like groceries is important because I need to eat. And synergy is really good because it makes MLBB better, more fun, more enjoyable to watch. Right? Without synergy, it's just really boring. Now with synergy, you have Minotaur and Bane, right? Atlas and Bane, Atlas and Leomord, and stuff like we're talking about Fredrin and Florin. But Frederick has been here for so long. He's jaded. We don't want to see Frederick anymore. Let's get some Alice in Florin, right? Put a flower onto the Alice, give 10% magic lifesteal, and get an incredible heal in and make it awesome, you know? Let's see some of those. Let's see some Loi plus Kaja. Let's see some pick comp, right? Let's see some like global map teleport, plus a suppression, plus some burst damage on top. You know, again, you put a nail in the coffin there with Indonesia's loving this, because when we were in MSC, I got a chance to talk to Team Onic. They were begging for a meta shift, right? Like they want to see change because they have huge hero pool, and then they really want to see it. All right. And it seems like, yeah, we are going to see a small break because our backstage is getting the entire tournament set up. So I guess we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
All right, Dave, back again. Back again, and hopefully much, much closer to game one of Onic Overlord up against Evos Icon. I mean, I feel like we've kind of run out of talking points here. All we want to do is just see how this game goes, keeping the Icons up against the Overlords over there. Dave, Assassin Dave, Mr. Mao, the Overlord. Can Icons pull it off?
That is right. We're very excited to see the first match tonight. And then we talked a whole bunch, actually. These two teams are making a debut on WCG. I gotta say, big shout out to World Cyber Games for hosting Mobile Legends, because now we have so many tournaments in the entire world of MLBB, giving a lot of teams opportunity to shine. You know, like if it's not for WCG, we'll never really see Echo Proud versus Echo Loud, right? You never see a team can take on the main team and do so well. And TREX, now we're walking to the draft between Indonesia versus Indonesia.
Sir,
And
what's your
Evos
command?
will
Your
be
team
on the
is
blue
banning.
side up against Onic here. And first ban, already a little bit of a change up. It's not the Ling, but it still is an assassin. We're going to take out that Fanny.
Yeah. Ban is a good ban. You know, this is one of the target bans. I think the region, they probably scrim a lot, we mentioned. A team usually scrim 3 times a day. And then if you want to go true intense, go 4 times a day. Yo, TREX, what is this? Fanny and Ling. You know, like
Full
right now, we'll just go
assassins.
full assassin ban.
Target
Are we gonna
boy
see Hundo
here.
ban next?
Target boy here. I don't think we're gonna see Hundo ban,
Oh.
Dave. I know, but that, you know what that means though, right? If they don't ban it, they could pick it, Dave. They could pick it. It could
True.
happen.
100%.
Could happen.
I mean, that's
I don't know about
why,
100, maybe like
that's why
5% chance, but hey, yeah.
Hey, 5%. I would take the 5% chance more than it's higher than 4.5%. You know, just saying.
That's true.
Right? They're gonna go ahead.
I am the power of light
Oh,
and
contraband.
dark.
We're standard. Franco's still on the table. That means you can still take a suppression. Valentina, very powerful character. We talk about how this character, if you first pick it, you can really just stop the enemy from taking the floor and take a lot of really powerful ultimates. So Valentina's still on the table. Are we gonna ban it? You know, if we ban it, leave Flora on the table that other team can take. Right. Another thing is right now, with all the assassin bans, leave so many available characters. I'm actually surprised that last series we also did not see a Novaria and Beatrix combo, which has proven to be really successful, especially in the past MSC. Right? You've seen the snipe combo, the one-shot double snipe. That literally killed Leslie in MSC. I forgot which game it was. 100-0 in base with a single Navarro and a skill 2 and Beatrix ultimate. So I want to do something similar because we haven't seen Navarro at all. We haven't seen any other synergies. It's mainly just the Echo Proud showing us how it's done with some standard picks. Well, obviously the Minotaur and Bane wasn't really standard. Oh, here we go, the Valentina ban TREX. I was just talking about that.
Yeah. And I like it. It's going to make things a little bit different than what we saw in the previous games. Now, Kadita's still open. Farza's still open. Still some bursts made. Roam up front, secure a gold lane, something of that nature.
Ooh, here we go. Kadita shows up with the first pick and Petrify. Very interesting pick. Kadita first pick, Jesus. I mean, that leaves a lot of characters on the table. Fredrin plus Novaria. No, Fredrin plus Florin, right? And I want to see that, or I mean, because this is all of a sudden just pick comp from Evos, right? The Kadita, you're looking to get early kills. A Beatrix being taken out. Novara is still on the table. We might see Novara as a roam or as mid. Fredrin is a flex pick as well. This is a pretty good pick coming out from Onic. Overlord. So far I'm liking.
But I also like the Kadita though, because it can be flexed, right? Like the Kadita has been known to be played as a roam occasionally. It has been known to be played as mid. So it's not like you're showing all of your cards immediately, and you pick up something that can get to the back line and just has a lot of versatility. I've become a big fan of the Kadita over time, and now with the Fredrin locked in, I was wondering if we were going to see this. The Basha, a hero that has come back majorly. The Tortoise Puissance, the ultimate of the Basha, does so well against some of the sustainability meta, against things like the Fredrin here, against some of these heroes that are very hard to kill. Not only that, but you add that with this with this Faramis now, who also can go roam or mage, so it's going to be their choice to switch between this with the Kadita or the Faramis. You have a lot of mobility on that mid lane and your jungle, and a lot of possible aggression.
Oh, here we go. Novaria, TREX, we're talking about the combo. Novaria and you have Beatrix coming out. Now remember, Florin's still on the map. If Novaria is not going to be used as a roam, similar to how Blacklist does it, then you can have a double mage mid, right? And we've seen that quite often in the current meta. You have double support, and with hyper carry jungle, that also happened. Now with Florin support, you have a Fredrin who's like a beta tank in the front line, so you really don't need a front line anymore. So you can, over here, you can actually run a Florin. Then you have double synergies. Dude, I feel like this is not Mobile Legends Bang Bang 5v5 anymore. This is almost like Magic Chess, right? Because when you create a tournament lobby, you can actually create a 5v5 or Magic Chess. It's very like a Magic Chess lobby for the side of Onic. You know, they were trying to create all kinds of synergies and then to create all these powers, looking pretty good.
Synergy is definitely key now. With this next round of bans coming in, we see the Arlott taken out, we see the Melissa taken out from the side of Onic. From the side of Evos, they've taken away the Lancelot. I think they got a feeling that this Fredrin is going to go into the EXP lane possibly, especially depending on what their last ban is going to be. And either way, I'm not against the jungle bans here, because it starts to limit if you even want to flex the Fredrin of where you want to put him. So either way, they're playing it safe. They're covering some of their bases here. Now back to that Novaria pick though, right?
Time to drop the beat.
You have this long distance poke. You also have the sniper, the Beatrix. But Evos does kind of have some answers to that. You have that dive potential with the Kadita. You have some flank potential with the Basha. Like I said, you have a lot of movement, so it's going to be up to Onic dealing with that and keeping Novaria and Beatrix safe in these team fights.
But you see, TREX, there's also a counter argument for that. The thing about Kadita is you need vision, right? And you camp in a bush and wait for the right moment, or somebody engage for you and have the right vision for everybody, and you can make a plan accordingly on Explore. So Novaria with Beatrix can combo really well. And the thing about Novaria and Beatrix, in a late game, yes, it's a deadly machine. It can snipe you, can kill you, but really, the strategy, the overall objective of this overall synergy is to poke, right? Poking in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right now, it really come to prominence with the birth of Novaria. Because now you can poke effectively, and not only can you poke effectively, the thing about poking effectively is you can stop a team fight before it begins. All right, let's say if you land a really good poke on Kadita, and so not Kadita, Faramis, and make Faramis one shot, into one shot, or land a really good poke on enemy jungler with a double skill 2 and Beatrix snipe. This is what coming out from Onic Overlord right now. I like the strategy of the poke because it does so much. And not only that, again, they have the Grok, which is also a flex pick, and then they can decide, do they actually want a floor in the end, or do they want another EXP laner?
No, I think they definitely want to just continue to build this wall around the Novaria and the Beatrix here. So they have the Grok, they have the Fredrin, you have two really strong frontliners. They could keep the Fredrin in the jungle and pick up something bulky in that EXP. They have that option here. And then you just completely protect your Beatrix, and there it is. Esmeralda instead of the Yuzong. I'm not completely against it. I'm waiting for the final swaps from the side of Evos here. Doma is going to be in the gold lane, Suchijin, so it is going to be the Basha in the jungle. Krite's going to pick up the Faramis here, and then Van Strong will be on the roam with the Kadita. So kind of big dive composition up against this impenetrable fortress with Beatrix and Novaria on the backside.
Yeah, and I gotta say the Esmeralda actually makes sense too. skills into the late game against someone like Paquito, right? Because Paquito is really good at getting shields. And guess who is really good against shield? Esmeralda. And that's the pick they go with. EXP lane is all about having a lane priority, have the lane pressure. And Esmeralda is one of the pick that can actually do well here, and also skills into the late game. So they have the heavy team fights, they have the really strong sustain, they have the wall you're talking about with Esmeralda. But TREX, we're walking to Evos Icon taking on Onic. Overlord.
You got me with that one, the hold. You got me with that one, and I like it. So it's game one, and another best of 3. Another thing I want to talk about with that Esmeralda, though, right? She's gonna do so well in the late game, especially since Evos Icon decided not to go for, you know, like a DHS build marksman. They put Doma on this Brody, which is more burst damage, not something that's gonna be able to shred down the Esmeralda. So if Onic Overlord can get Lupi to a place where they need him, it's gonna run so well against Evos Icon.
Yeah, and I really like the Grok pick. You see exactly what Grok just did. One skill one, he makes Boxia, you know, not look like a Boxia anymore with Engage. Right? Boxia and Kadita is actually a really good combo as well, because of a single target CC and into Kadita's knockup, into Kadita's full combo, it can be really good. Right? Just really good combo. And then, but just now, Grok canceled it. Oh, here we go. A lot of damage.
Oh boy, wants to find Cry here. The Appraisal's Wrath lands down. First blood over to the side of Onic Overlord.
Wow. Once Fredrin finds you, you really don't get away, huh? That's what it is, you know? When Fredrin is able to land some CC on you and have a...
You accept the wrath of the Appraiser. And boy, right now, going to start moving on to this turtle now. Susujin also trying to maybe fight for this. Assassin sits in the backside, firing off these meteors. Krike going to get involved. Use the Shadow Stampede, but here comes... Possible take. Susujin still able to steal it. He got stunned up. He still hits Retro just in time. Boy, goes down. Evos Icon able to bring the snap back. Able to take that turtle there. Oh, in a little bit of trouble here. Wants to try to defend this blue buff, but they will not be able to do that today.
Oh, talking about playing aggressive. Who actually got a blue buff? I think it is Boxing. Look at Paquito though. Able to find one more kill. Yeah, that's really good actually from the side of Evos. I was actually thinking that Box is gonna get it because I see a pretty chaotic execution coming out from Onic. You know, they were not Onic Overlord. I want to make it clear, Onic Overlord, right? They were not poking. Obviously, right now it's kind of hard for them to poke. Having Esmeralda in the side lane is Esmeralda gonna do well on her own. The biggest thing about Esmeralda is the character doesn't provide too much early game. You know, you can dance quite often on the enemy team, but you're gonna do very to no impact to the entire enemy.
And able to help set up the fight there, but the kill does go over to Von Strong, right onto the jungler of Onic Overlord. And now boys sitting at 1, 2, and 0. He's already a level behind Susujin here, and that is only going to keep on scaling more and more. It's going to become a problem for Onic Overlord when they want to fight for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, here we go. This might be punished, TREX. Oh, actually,
should be able to get away
he will actually run away. Yeah, here's Paquito. He's very mobile. You know, they're not too much damage right now. Novara hasn't scaled up yet. Novara needs Lightning Truncheon, needs that Clock of Destiny. Yeah, he just got it. It's 4 minutes. It's actually one of the faster ones. Oh, here we go. Onic one more time, TREX.
Another fight for the purple buff. Susujin gonna be able to take that away from Boy there. That is huge, and Doma takes out D up in the top side. A little bit of fight continues. Veldora brought down to about half health. Fallen Star Moon does not connect. Veldora able to get the sidestep as the rest of Evos Icon disengage, and that is a play well played. They take the purple buff, and they're gonna move on to this turtle now.
Sheesh. Wow. Evos, they put their foot down to the metal, pedal to the metal. Just go full force. Invade after first turtle, invade after second turtle. I mean, not after the second turtle, before the second turtle. They just invade now on command. You know, a lot of teams actually forget about jungle objective is also objective. Invading buff is one of the most important objectives against a lot of teams, especially when you know you have the aggression, you have the capability to do so. And that's exactly what Evos is doing. Once they have the little lead, they capitalize on it and then continue to expand the lead. Because now, not only do they control the river and anything on the left side of the river, they also control the top right quadrant. So they have 3 sides of the map resources going towards the pocket, which is going to make sure that they scale more and faster. Because now, Onic Overlord, they're only clearing one side, 1/4 of it. And look at Evos icon. Look at Boxia making his way into the 3rd quadrant jungle one more time. They're invading into the rest side, but bottom side tracks.
Yeah, Colt Altar does go off maybe a little bit too early as Onic Overlord tries to make the snapback. Boy, though, brought very low. Doma picks up the kill, firing off shots from the backside there. Even Loopy on this Esmeralda is forced to run away. Suchijin with the Tortoise Pusins. Gonna try to make another play here. Owen wants to just defend the tower. D's also in the midst of this. Gonna get pulled back with the Shadow Stampede. Stunned down. Pops into Nuvir's passion, but it's not enough. Krite picks up the kill, and now they're gonna move on to this tier 3 tower.
Wow, pulled back, stunned up, beaten down by the actually. You know, they're pulling their synergy a lot earlier, a lot better. And one of the reasons why this is so successful is because they have a jungle mid synergy, whereas for the side of Onic Overlord, they have to scale into the late game for the synergy to be effective, right? Because now their synergy is mid lane and the marksman, close to 4,000 gold behind. It's Evo's game to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think about it. All of their eggs were essentially in one basket, and that was the Novaria and D on this Beatrix. Those were their main damage dealers, and right now the Beatrix sitting at 0, 2, and 0, so far behind. It already kind of felt like they had a later game composition, but with the way that Evos Icon is pushing the envelope right now, Onic Overlord is getting no time to breathe, no time to scale. They've missed their mid-game spike, and they're just falling behind more and more. Evos Icon does not want to give this up. Is there an answer for Onic Overlord here?
Buy cheap items if you get the 5% discount. The magic worship from, you know, the magic emblem category. So it's one of the things that right now for Onic Overlord, they really have to wait until after 60 minutes, not even 12 minutes, maybe even like 18 minutes after Lord fully evolves. So it's really delayed, and then I don't know if Evo's gonna give them the chance, because look at how aggressive they are. They're on every buff. They're invading blue, invading red. They literally have the river objective under control, and then they're expanding that river objective, as I said, into the enemy jungle objectives. And it's such an effect.
Go night-night right now, and it's becoming a little bit of a problem. At least Loopy, though, you know, doing a little bit of split pushing here, causing some pressure, pulling Veldora away, trying to just, you know, get that chokehold off their neck any little bit they can.
Whew. He's doing his best. His best might not be enough. You know, this is how the world works, kids. Sometimes you do your best.
So sad,
the day. 2 days later, you're on the street away.
I know how that feels,
just,
man. You know, you do your best, and somehow you just end up a Mobile Legends caster. I don't know, but here we are. We really touched some heartstrings here across the world. No, I love my job. I'm just joking.
This quickly become an inspirational speech, but I gotta say, like, it's pretty interesting so far. Onic they're not going anywhere, right? Like, they're just slowly choking themselves. They're not making any plays. And then I want to see Esmeralda's item. If we're gonna see items right now, I'll be like so grateful, because you're gonna see where Esmeralda is, right? How well it's developed. As you've hit all the 3 core items yet, get a little bit of tanky, get a bit of shield. They're not poking effectively. It seems like they're poking on their own, right? Like Cesar has not been using ultimate along with D.
Even though they're far behind, they have some siege protection. They still have the Nuvir's Passion. You have D who can shred things out. And look at Lucky, man, just continuously split pushing. Do you think that's a good play on their part? Like, is that the saving grace here?
It really isn't, because it's not
of Evos. They're gonna find Boy and get out of town. Still haven't lost a single member. Onic Overlord, though, does continue to defend.
Oh, man. I mean, they're defending pretty well. And again, they need to drag the game to 18 minutes. If they drag the game to 18 minutes, when D's item comes online, Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, you have maybe even Hunter Strike, you got all those kind of items. Maybe, just maybe, they have a chance, right? Because right now, we don't know. But once Beatrix comes online, we know he can shred everybody. Even Boxia with the passive cannot stop the DHS damage from D, from someone like Beatrix, right? Because yes, you have the Cold Order, But if your cold order cannot be wasted on someone who is poked low, not poked dead, right? If I can poke, use very low investment to get a really high return to get your ultimate out, right? That's really good. That's a really good deal. It's kind of like, you know, buying stock in the current market, buying an Nvidia at the beginning of this year, right? You will be seeing a 3-time return at this point in time now.
I lost out again. You know, I tried my best, but I lost out on a lot of those returns. Now, here we are, though. I do feel like we're getting to the stage of this game where Onic is forcing it to be a little bit slow, which, like you said, is great for them. Wait a second, Sujin gonna come in. The bombs drop on top. Veldor takes out Sasso, and Van Strong finds D. 3 members down. Let's make it 4 for the price of 0. That is 1 cheap meal for the side of Evos Icon. Lutty all alone once again. Can he defend this? They don't have the minions to push on his tower, but they don't care. Lutty gonna fall. The wave of minions coming, and this will be game 1 for Evos Icon.
Oh Lord. It seems like that for the side of Onic Overlord, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, but they're not able to execute the early game properly, right? So it's Evos. TREX ready? Evos Icon time!
Icon time!
Icon time. That was pretty good from Evos Icon.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but they execute, again, it's strategy versus strategy, identity versus identity, right? Which one is more characteristic? Which one has more obvious traits? And in the last game, we saw it. It's Evos Icon, right? They had Kadita plus Boxer combo. Not only that, they just worked in unison. You know, you have, the last thing I expect was a pull from someone like Faramis into the Boxia stun and into the kill. That's just so good. It's so beautifully displayed from the side of Evos Onic, Evos Icon. And then look at the item right now, right? It seems like Onic's successor didn't even hit the power spike, has two items only, and one of them being the book. So it's not even damage item. It's not even a lightning truncheon that we're talking about, right? It's more cooldown reduction. It's going more support out. There's no damage coming out at all. The 2 items coming out, I mean, Beatrice does have some items, but it wasn't syncing with Sasser. So this is a game where it's just Evos Icon played to their win condition much better, and it panned out to their favor TREX.
Yeah, I mean, it was just very one-sided, and with the state of the meta right now, I feel like these things can happen very quickly. It's even harder to come back now, I feel like. If you can get that snowball potential early on, it just stacks and stacks, and literally before the end of all of that, I'm sitting in the game and I'm thinking, all right, Icon has bought themselves a bit of time. They defend the Lord push. They defend some of their towers. They're surviving. Make your way out, you know, just try to drag things on. I'm like, all right, maybe we're going to get to a late game here. And then literally in a matter of seconds, everything ends. And that's just how quick the tables or the door can be closed on a team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, watching this type of games make me feel so excited. It just makes you wonder what type of new strategies the next game is going to show us, right? The next game is going to present to us. Are we going to have a different region showing completely different, you know, strategies? Because remember, the group stage for this tournament has many different countries, right? Even Burnex Flash was in it, but they got taken out by 2 teams that didn't even make it to this stage of the playoff, right? I think I remember Burnex Flash got taken out by Echo Proud, which turned out to be a really powerful team taking on Echo Loud. And then after that, they got taken off by Onic Prodigy, which is another team that's, you know, from Indonesia, which is not even in this tournament. You know, you have Onic Prodigy, you have Onic, obviously Onic Overlord. So, how can I forget about Overlord? But speaking of Overlord, here we go, TREX. The second game draft has now begun.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point already, and that's the thing. That's the big difference between, you know, a best of 3 and a best of 5. You don't have a whole lot of time to adapt. You either, at this point, Onic needs to decide, do we get crazy? Do we think it was a draft issue, or do we think it was a gameplay issue? You know, last game we saw with Echo versus Echo, I feel like they kind of felt like it was a gameplay issue because they didn't really switch up their draft very much. They went for a very similar style and ended up losing again. So right here, Onic needs to make that decision, right? Do we bring in the same style and just try to play better, or do we try something completely different?
I think ban Kadita. right? If you know you don't have a problem against it, don't give it the win condition. A lot of times in esports, it's all about breaking momentums. Some momentum you can't understand. Sometimes the team can take out Hanabi and still destroy you. Right, we've seen it in NCT. Right, we've seen in many different tournaments. Hanabi and Alpha winning against the best team in North America. Right, so it's sometimes momentum cannot be explained. It's one of those mythical things that happen only in esports. So one way to counter that is just break the momentum. Right? How do you break the momentum? Ban the character that's winning. You know, it's rarely understood by a lot of teams because teams believe in science. You know, I'm a man of science, but I'm really just a man of groceries in the end. So I like groceries and I like good games. So this is really good games right now, right? Are they gonna ban Kadita? Well, I guess we'll find out.
Well, I mean, it does look like Evos is going to switch things up, right? They're actually banning out the Fermis themselves, something that they picked last game, right? So at this point, we know that they're already going to come with a slightly different strategy from the jump. We don't even care what Onic is thinking about, what they're planning. And I had a feeling the Ling is open now. Is Evos gonna first pick this? They go for the Valentina instead. Is Onic gonna fire back?
Yo, TREX, did you see what he banned?
Angela.
It's
viable right now, Dave. It's viable. I know it's hard to believe.
Dude, I'm not denying it. I've seen it, especially with a carry jungle, right? With the hyper carry marksman in the jungle. It happened. You know, like I'm not denying it's viable. But dude, this is what I'm trying to say is this is what make me so excited about watching the upcoming tournaments for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? The next meta, next phase of the entire Mobile Legends esports. The landscape has been completely shifted and changed. Angela now on the ban phase. Who would expect Angela being on the ban phase? Like, what kind of changes happen, right? Now, Evos coming out with Barat and Martis. You know, one can go jungle, one go EXP lane. They can either way. They can flex it. Oh, actually take away the Barats. I was like, whoa. It turned out it's going to be Arlot. Pretty standard picks so far from Evos Icon.
Definitely some good picks. And we go for, you know, we saw this... We saw this pick before. We know how aggressive it can be in the jungle. Suchijin gonna be on it. We saw Echo Proud completely dominate Echo Loud with it. And it's gonna work well again with this Arlot. So, I mean, you just have this hyper-aggressive team once again. You have nice CC. Not only that, but the Arlot's going to pair well with the Terrify from the Valentina. So Onic this time needs to find an answer to that. And I'm wondering, do you meet that with just as much aggression? Because last game they went for kind of the slow play. So I think this time it might not be a bad idea. Let's try to get in your face a bit more.
I can help.
Your team is banning.
Ooh, Melissa pick in this scenario, I mean, it's decent against Arlot, right? It's really decent against Arlot with the ultimate. But is it such an early pick in this scenario? I don't know. Because I like mid jungle support synergy, right? I like picking those, especially in a scenario where you're gonna take a lot of frontline damage. So what I really want to see more synergy. And so far, I'm not seeing it coming out from Onic Overlord. You know, like what about the Flora and Fredrin combo that most teams are enjoying a lot of success with? You know, coming out on the other side, it's not too much synergy, but it's just meta picks. And then it's good in some sense. We'll see the next two picks, right? Because right now they have not picked their roam yet. And they can also copy Valentina. There aren't too many great ultimate can copy still. But still, like that means they're also like, you know, Onic goes up 2 picks. They still haven't picked their roam. So there's a big roam you can copy with Valentina. So that's still possible. Oh my God. Even with the Fredrin pick, we're still gonna target the Ling, huh? So they're dead set on the Fredrin going to EXP.
I mean, it's what they did last game too, right? They still banned into the jungle, even knowing that was up. So I think they're possibly forcing, you're going to stay on that Fredrin, you're going to sit in the jungle with him, we're going to take advantage of it just like we did last game.
Can they take advantage of it this time? Fredrin's not someone you can just take advantage of very easily, right? Just look at the muscles, the weapons that he has. Right, this guy's going to stand in front of the gate of the jungle and just be like, shoot at me! and you would just walk away. It's gonna be kind of hard for Evos to go in. I wouldn't think they're gonna go in, especially Valentina early game. It does damage, but not as much. You know, not as aggressive enough that you would hope for a character to invade. I want to see Valir, man, to be honest. But Valir in this game might not be so good. But I really just do want to see Valir coming out, or some other different kind of synergies coming out. This game so far, neither team I'm seeing it, right? Unless we see some single target CCs coming out from Onic, Overlord to synergize with the Kadita. So far, it's just pretty meta picks from both sides.
I mean, everything's pretty, yeah, definitely a little bit textbook. I feel like Onic still needs to kind of round some things out.
Ooh,
and
Minotaur.
There, I think it is the Minotaur Kadita combo. We saw it before. You paired up with Fredrin too. It's even more CC. I feel like, don't get me wrong, CC has always been viable. It's always been something you want on your team. But recently, what we've been seeing is 3, 4 heroes all just ready to combo things up, and that's why some of these team fights are so devastating at time. But there's the answer. Mr. Von Strong, Neil Von Strong, the first man on the moon, gonna bring out the Diggy to start.
In many scenarios. In this case, yeah, I think you mentioned something that's really important, Trex, which is synergy, again, with different combos, right? With Minotaur, if you look at the side of Onic, the only person that can truly shoot damage, actually, now with Joy on top, but this is a Joy jungle, which is interesting because it's going to be kind of squishy. Yeah, so like if you go to Beatrix and Beatrix all attack you, you might be dead. So it's one of those scenarios where I don't know. I feel like there's lack of synergy coming out from the side of Onic Overlord. And if we were just comparing meta picks, it seemed like Evos Icon came in more prepared, right? Like you have the meta picks, but they also have the counter picks. I mean, the jungler is immune to quad control. On top of that, you have Diggy's time travel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a match point to the favor of Evos Icon. Can they walk away with another 2-0 series? Trex, what do you think?
I mean, it could definitely happen here. Your team, if you can jump on and make this big combo happen, but then you have picks like Sasser, you have Boy on this Joy, heroes that want to kind of stay away from the pack. If Joy wants to dive into the back, I'm wondering how are they going to make this composition work in some of these team fights, whereas Evos Icon is very straightforward. Everyone can work very well together. No one's ever going to get way ahead of the pack and be on the opposite side of the map. I'm liking what Evos Icon brought here, and I feel like once the Diggy was picked, Overlord just kind of panicked.
Yeah, because it also does give Onic Overlord a lot of confusion, you know, because now Minotaur is like, do I go in? Do I not go in? There's just so much trouble, right? Like you have to wait. Who's gonna bait that? It's gonna be Joy, but Joy goes in. Early game is okay, but late game, you get one-shotted by Beatrix by a lot of characters. You know, so especially when all the damage comes up. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Sasser already in trouble. Gonna go down. First blood with the decimation. Cool. That's rough.
Interesting. That is really rough. 10 seconds before turtle spawn. That's the last time you want to die right now. I look at the poke coming off on Melissa. That's literally the last time you want to die right now. Because if you die, you're gonna be so behind on levels, and it's gonna give Evo so much more advantage walking the first turtle. Even with Minotaur ultimate, who cares? Diggy is level 4. Marta's immune to quad control. You have Crit, who can copy Minotaur's ult and be more effective with it. Oh, he decided to copy Kadita's ult. That's also pretty good, right? You get a confusion going on and you use your Kadita ult with Flicker.
Most definitely not. So Sushin's gonna pick up the first turtle. Evos Icon getting the first neutral objective. Now, we're looking at Onic Overlord, and Owen really wants to hang out in this gold lane. I think once again, they need D to scale this time. Last time, the reason why they weren't able to output the damage is because their gold laner slacked off. But the weakness of this is they're putting Sasser in a very dangerous spot all alone in the mid side. Evos Icon more of rotating as a unit, whereas Overlord is split up. So Overlord needs to be careful or they're gonna keep getting picked off like what we just saw.
Yeah, all by himself. It's almost like a music, but it's not music. It's just sadness. Here we go. Evos. Okay, I think one thing we established tonight is we might not choose to other people sing, they ask for money, when TREX sing, he gives you money. It's one of those.
Is that true? Listen, you should be blessed. Be blessed to hear my beautiful voice.
Well, true.
Might be getting some
100%.
action up in the top side here.
Former rotation
All
TREX
4
on top lane.
members coming up. Yeah, a little bit of something. The bombs drop onto D, bring him down to about half
damage.
health. But he brings out the muddles, able to poke away. And that's one of the pluses of the Melissa there. You have such good range in this laning phase, even against the sniper. But wait a second, Veldora takes some waves to the face and gets brought down. Boy, gonna pick up the first kill for Onic Overlord.
I like that. And also, D did get forced out to Inspire. Just now, the reason why they decided not to go on to D was because Inspire is able to get quite a lifestyle. Here we go, the flicker comes out. Oh,
Misses the
Valentino does copy Mina's ultimate though.
Stops them from coming under the base. Krite taking a little bit of poke damage there. D doing a wonderful job at defending, and it's making keeping Owen up here all the more worth it. Onic Overlord definitely hanging in this game a lot better than they were last time. This time it almost feels like they're starting to hit the advantage. And if they can keep this here, they're gonna have a great mid-game spike. Lutpi looking for Veldora. Veldora dashes back in, able to get some health back. Lutpi not able.
This feels for a chaotic fight, to be honest. The both sides has been just back and forth. And not too much system to it. It just feels like Evos Icon is just out damaging, out rotating as a team, right? They're playing more like a team. You can see more of skill sequences coming off from Evos Icon. I wouldn't say they're playing to their win condition because there's not too much win condition besides this farm, and help. And DK go as a marksman, help marksman farm. At the same time, jungler rotate to top side, help marksman farm. Right? I guess the win condition you can summarize in one word: gold lane. Okay, that's 2 words. Gold. Right? It's money for the gold laner.
D.
The more he has, the better, and that's exactly what they're executing. So they're doing that flawlessly. Meanwhile, for the side of Onic, they're stuck between a rock and hard place. To be honest, they're not sure what to do. Oh, here we go. They know what to do. TREX. Oh, TREX, beautiful ult. Nothing gonna happen.
Definitely a beautiful ult. Nothing too much. Might be able to take this tower. No, he's focusing minions on himself. But now Sutsujin gonna move on to this purple buff. Can Boy contest it?
Whoa.
Did he get that? No, he lost it. He's only got the turtle buff, so Sutsujin steals the purple.
He wants a buff. He wants more. He's going in.
Turret has been destroyed.
I like it very much.
Not really. He's
Icon just kind of rotating around the way that they're now moving from tower to tower. There's 4 members on the boss side, doing a nice amount of damage. They're gonna back off. Watch the Sasser here. Oh, the damage isn't there yet. Evos Icon hitting a spike of their own at 7 minutes, and Onic Overlord can do nothing about it.
Yeah, Onic Overlord, it seems like they were holding on, but look at that final slash. Every time Veldora come in with the final slash, somebody was in trouble, right? Somebody got hurt real bad. Every time the final slash come in. This character is definitely the playmaker, Veldora, in this entire series. He has done so many good final slashes. The last thing I want to see is maybe a final slash plus flicker. Here we go. This is gonna be it. He's looking for the angle. Can't quite get it. Good job from Owen to make sure he gets himself away. But nonetheless, we're slowly creeping up to a 4,000 gold differential. Oh, here we go, the old flicker. Look at that.
Oh my god. Krite just used the rough waves against Sassar and did more damage than Sassar did to Krite earlier. But there's your final slash. D taking out Doma, picking up the kill. Owen gonna be next. Will fall along with the tower. Evos Icon finding their groove. They've now got a 5,000.
They had a straight wins every single team they win against, and all the way to the first place of the group 2. And now you're knowing why, right? The way they play really aggressive and we're in sync. And the first game was the combo. The second game, we don't even have to play combo. We'll just tell you, it's not the combo that we have that makes us different. It's the players that we have that makes us different. They're syncing always. The way how they play with the final slash into the combo, into obviously having Diggy as a counter pick to Minotaur. It's not really like syncing skills. It's more of it just, having right rotations and taking the right team fights at the right place at the right time. So they definitely know how to navigate a neighborhood TREX. I think they're doing everything right. Meanwhile, as Onic, you gotta wipe your sweat a little bit. Worry a little bit about Onic coming to this game. You know, can they do it, TREX? Are you a believer?
So it does seem like we have a quick pause for now, trying to figure things out. I do think, I mean, it's match point, Dave. An Onic Overlord is on a very bad side. I don't know if it's going to be easy for them. Evos just rotating so cleanly right now.
Yeah. Onic, man, hang on to their dear life. The last game, the poke strategy did not work out. This game, I don't even know what strategy they were trying to pull off to make it work, right? Like, it's kind of like Minotaur plus Kadita that forgot Diggy was on the line, and then picking Minotaur. Banning Florin, the pick... To be honest, when the enemy team have the strategy like that, like Valentina, all that, if you have a Fredrin with a really strong front line, I think Florin's not bad. Even the enemy team has Valentina because you can stay far back. The thing about Florin is your skill is so far reach, right? Like, there's no requirement for you to stay in the range of Valentina for her to copy your ult. So you can really just stay in the back, throw a skill back away, throw a skill back away. On top of the fact that your ultimate is global, right? You don't even have to be in front of the team fight. Like, a lot of times, I see support mage players, they like to stay in the middle of the team fights and throw auto attacks. That's the last thing you want to do, right? What's your auto attack going to do? Like 20 damage to a tank? You know, it's a waste of time. You'd rather stay in a safe range, and whenever your skill come off cooldown, you throw it. It's like when you play Valir, you don't auto attack. You just wait until you have skill 1. You ready? You throw it. Ready? You throw it, right? And that's what you do. Same thing with Florin sometimes. But this game, I feel like maybe they're tired. Maybe they're jet lag, TREX. I feel like I can't understand it. I'm trying to understand Onic's strategy, but this game, I don't see the pattern of the strategy. I don't even see a strategy, to be honest. I mean, again, we talk about Minotaur and Krita, that's a good combo, but it didn't work out this game because of the existence of Diggy.
Well, I think a lot of teams are like so heavily focusing on their gold lane. You know, they send Owen up to the gold side to protect D, and what did Evos do? They've just been snowballing around the map. You know, you have your jungler, your mid, and your roamer. They're sticking together. They're finding a target, and they're executing it perfectly every time. The last target that they found was tier 2 on the bottom side. They get D, they get Owen, and they're just really just slicing and dicing through Onic Overlord right now. And I think what Onic Overlord needs to do is maybe enclose a little bit, come together as a group.
Yeah.
Even if you have to sacrifice a tower or two, even if you have to lose to some split push here and there, you need to start meeting Evos on their terms a little bit more, because right now you can't just stay spread out across the map or else they're going to keep picking you apart.
Yeah, absolutely. But to be honest, late game, for the side of Team Onic Overlord, they still have a chance. Melissa is one of the strongest marksmen going to late game, right? If you get Melissa farmed up with the core items, with attack speed, with Inspire activated, there's chance she might get a Savage in one try. We've seen it many times in ranked games. But obviously this is competitive, this is WCG, so it's a little bit different. But still, the potential is there, and that's what we need. You know, hang on to a potential. And that's why, like, you know, that's how you jump into Bitcoin at $60,000. It's all hang on.
Most definitely. I mean, the Melissa is definitely solid, and it should work against the enemy composition in a sense, like if it can stale, because you get that spread damage, right? You're able to hit multiple targets at once, and what Evos wants to do is group up. So I get the strategy, but until they get there, there's a major problem, and you can't get D there if D cannot scale, and the only way they're going to get D to be an end game.
Yeah, it doesn't die is definitely not enough. I think TREX one more time, you hit a nail on the coffin, right? You just continue to do that. I'm surprised how you keep on doing this, right? This is actually really good. Because for Melissa to scale, she needs to farm. But so far, she's not been farming. So send Owen to the top lane to help Melissa to farm. But okay, if you send 2, we're going to send 4. And that's what we saw last game, right? Sometimes when we see on the top lane, it's a 4v3 situation. It's the entire team of the side of Evo's icon, their top side, versus 3 people. Pressure one time, didn't work. All right, we're going to back away. You activate Inspire, clear the lane. All right, you win this round. We're going to back out, wait until you start Inspire right now. And we're going to come back in when you least expect it. You're like, oh, they probably backed away. They're probably not going to stay here. But little did you know, kaboom, kapow, bam. Next thing you know, that's a Martyrs on your face with the ultimate, with the ultimatum. And the next thing you know, you're back in the black and white screen, you're back in the base. So it's just one of those scenarios. Like, I feel like Evo's icon has a clear strategy what they want to do. Let's focus on gold lane. We talk about this throughout the entire game. Their win condition is make sure their Beatrix is farmed. And they've been doing that the entire game, Diggy just been sitting top lane, babysitting just like Oven did. But obviously Diggy being the dominant one in that situation, the much longer reach with skills, much better poke, and a much better protection. Whereas the other side, it's really hard because you constantly get harassed by an egg, well, a little chicken, right? That sometimes turns into an egg. So it's just like a really rough situation for a side of Evos, Evos Onic, Overlord to be in at this point. I mean, I really don't know what they can do because I can't figure out a draft. Yeah. I can't figure out the win condition, and Melissa needs skill, but so far Evos are not giving them the opportunity, TREX.
Yeah, I mean, because even with the scaling effect of Melissa, Evos has late game as well, right? Like you said, they have the Beatrix, they have those options, but they also brought early game with the Martis, right? They have that possibility, and that's what's scaling them through right now. And no one wants to go against a Martis that's fed in the early game. The decimation just becomes more and more. The pressure becomes more and more. Then they also have the counter pick with the Diggy. It felt like from the draft until now, Evos has been a few steps ahead. And we saw the Joy jungle pick. We questioned it. We were a little worried about it. And now we're seeing where it's faltering, because even when it does get into the back line, they just destroy it. We saw him instantly get annihilated. But here we go, back into the game. Enough talking guesses, because the facts are about to happen.
Yes, I mean, Joy is definitely falling short. I was worried about Joy pick, and you have Joy who comes in with the Vengeance. Sometimes you don't have to use a skill, right? On top of the fact you have your ultimate, have your shield, have all the damage. If Beatrix start auto-attacking you one time when you activate Vengeance, it's literally suicide, right? In other words, he's murdering herself, which is really, really difficult for Beatrix to deal with. And at the same time, you can use the opportunity with Vengeance to bait out the skills, bait out the ultimate, because Diggy would then have to use the ultimate to protect the jungler, to protect the marksman. And then after that all runs out, after time journey runs out, Minotaur can go in with a huge Millennium Fury with confidence. That's the most important thing. It's not just about landing it, it's landing it with confidence. It's very, very important when you're, you know, modern society man, right? So have confidence. Minotaur doesn't have confidence to go in right now. He's just sitting in the back thinking about it instead of doing it because of the existence of Diggy.
Yeah, looks like we're having a few issues with Sasser here. He's staying back at the base. Don't know exactly what's going on with that. Evos Icon are going to be able to take the Lord here. Onic Overlord still on the back foot. And what we just saw was very reminiscent to Game 1, how the way they choke out that tier 2 in the top side, move on to the mid. And right now, everything is just going to Evos Icon's pace.
Yeah, Game 1 they played aggressive, they invaded. Now they have not only 3 side jungles, they control 4 quadrants of the entire map. Top jungle, top side jungle, you know, bottom side jungle on the enemy side. That's on their side. On their side is guarantee theirs, and he's going to their enemy side jungle for more farm. So we'll quickly jump into catapulting ourselves to an 8,000 gold differential to the favor of Evos, and then they perfectly match the wave. Well, not imperfectly, but very close. Now bottom lane, 2 humongous waves of the Lord is coming, TREX.
Yeah, Lord is about to crash. Bottom inhibitor down to about half health. Veldora dives in, tries to go for the finish, looking for Luppy. Owen wants to use Nolan's Fury. Pops it a little bit too early, doesn't get a whole lot out of it, but boy, in the backside will instantly get destroyed again. Not able to find Doma. Instead gets taken by Doma. Snipe shot on it deep, brings him down to about 10%. This could be it. Evos Icon onto the base. Sutsujin wants
bracket finalists, Echo Proud versus Evos Icon. I'm actually really excited to see those two teams. Actually, it's not what we expected, right? A lot of people expected, obviously, Evo Loud to be in the grand finals, but it's going to be Echo Proud, not Evos Loud. Echo Proud versus Evos Icon into the winners bracket final. And on the loser bracket semifinal, we're going to have Echo Loud versus Onic Overlord. I mean, tomorrow is going to be also very exciting, but the next match, wow, I'm excited for that. Let's take a look at items, TREX.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the items once again, Evos Icon is just so far ahead. Look at Van Strong. We were questioning about the KDA, right? Well, there it is. Once again, Van Strong goes with a perfectly clean KDA, able to just support his team and not die at all. But I think the real...
At the clean 2-0 sweep to favor of Evos Icon, progressing themselves to the grand final of upper bracket. Not grand final of everything, just upper bracket final. Now they're gonna face none other than Echo Proud, who plays more aggressive, who execute team fights better than Echo Loud apparently in the last game, who has a clear idea of exactly what they're doing. This is now strong identity versus strong identity. This is the JP, right? Are we gonna see JP, or are we gonna see something like One Strong, right? One Strong is more of a support player. Yeah, One Strong coming into this game, feel like he just fit the team, provide the team of everything the team needs. He's a provider, he's a supporter. Whereas for a side of Echo Proud, this is leans, in my opinion, leans more towards Echo Proud. But hey, what do I know, right? This is the meta of underdogs and the meta of that's drastically shifting. Maybe next game we'll see something different from Onic Evos icon that will take all of us by surprise.
All right, well, everyone, until we see this next matchup, Echo Proud up against Evos Icon, we are going to be taking a quick break. So as Dave likes to say, grab your popcorn, get ready, use the bathroom, do whatever you got to do. We'll see you guys soon. Big, or maybe even small, 2-0 sweeps. And now we're going to see the winner of both those teams. This is going to be Echo Proud up against Evos Icon. Join with me once again as Assassin Dave.
Meet us here in Busan. We're hiding a secret studio. You have to talk to the production team to get special access. Yes, yes. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're walking into the final game of the night. The winner bracket grand final, the winner bracket final, featuring Echo Proud and Evos Icon, the two signature team of the entire series. The two teams have definitely stood out and showed us something different, showed us they have what it takes. They have their own unique play style. They have their own way of representing their region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the rosters of Team Echo Proud.
Yeah, so we got Echo Proud. Once again, JP will be in the roaming position. James in the EXP. CoachTezet on the mid side with a 15.5 KDA. Zeta as the jungler and Outplayed as the gold lane. Now, this was a team that was so perfectly reactionary up against Echo Loud, but will they be able to do the same thing against Evos Icon? Take us through the team, Dave.
Oh, TREX, it's gonna be hard. Anyone, when they see a name, it's gonna be hard for anyone when they take a look at a name like Went Strong. The first printer step onto the moon. The destruction that lies ahead. I cannot wait to see who is a better roamer. Is it gonna be Went Strong or is it gonna be JP? Because JP is a person I definitely have my eyes on too. I mean, last game, not only do you see synergy coming out from the side of Echo Proud, they also have individual mechanics, right? Like I said, I rarely talk about mechanics on cast, but Outplayed actually showed us something very different, right? With the Purify play against 1-1, it might be standard to a lot of pro player, but if you understand that, that took a lot of execution. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna walk through the first game draft right away.
Yeah, we're wasting no time at all, and I'm loving it. We're jumping right into this. Evos will be on the blue side, Echo on the red side. Now, there was one major talking point I want to talk about between these two teams, and that is the fact that Echo was so perfectly reactionary to Echo in their series, and Evos against the aggression of Evos here.
Okay, hold on a second there, Tiger. I mean, TREX. I wouldn't say Echo Proud is that reactionary, right? Like, yes, Echo Loud seemed like they had a comeback, right, in game one, but it wasn't like Echo Proud wasn't making the play. They just, at game one, it was just very different because JP was on a Franco, and when on a Franco, you heavily rely on the hooks. Once he gets in the groove, once he gets in the, the right mindset, and the hooks start to land, oh my God, I see one after another, play after play, those ultimate, the interruptions. I mean, I think this team also sets plays. It's just that they have to play at their own speed, right? We've seen in the game two when they win against Echo with the Minotaur. They definitely had a wombo combo ready, right? The Minotaur ultimate into the Bane ultimate. It was really scary for Echo Loud. So this game, similar bands coming on actually. Ling, Fanny from Evos. This is the same band they did it last series. And they're doing it again against Echo right now, TREX.
I mean, they don't want to let those heroes through, and right now Ling, we haven't seen the light of day from him yet. Echo also pulling off some of the same bans that they pulled off against Echo Loud. So overall, I mean, and these have just been typical in general. I feel like the Kaja, the Ling, the Fredrin and the Fanny have kind of swapped in and out so far, but still nothing too crazy. I know that Evos, though, they're going to need to watch out for JP on that Franco. It can definitely be a hot pick for him as we move through this draft.
And the thing about it is Franco is not really a first pick. You don't have to ban it, right? If you don't ban it, Evo's chance of taking it is not going to be very high. So you can leave it even for the second round of pick, to be honest, for side of Echo, right? So they definitely have it under control. And let's take a look at what's available. Valentina and Kaja all been taken away. This might be the chance when we see Florin combo, right? But Florin combo is who?
You really want that Florin.
Oh, I really do. I love this dude. After you've seen what I've seen, how disgusting this character have done to Land of Dawn, how much, I mean, it's supposed to be a character of love and peace that brings justice to all, but instead, all he did is bring, make people, throw up. So it's a character that's really disgusting right now. Really strong.
The way the teams have been
it's not escaping out of it. It's more of a claw that can go into you.
Yeah. But still, I don't know. There's so much more that you get out of it as well. Like, yes, it's one hero, but the Eve is just...
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying, the teams have been valuing it. They've been banning it every single time. So, I mean, they got to pick it, right? I mean, if you ban it all the time,
yeah, you can see they're struggling. Yeah, you can see like right now what's going through like Echo Proud's coach Trevor's head. They're just struggling. They're like, oh, what do we do? Oh, we want this guy, but like also, yeah. So they stop the claw from doing the dancing duet, all that kind of great stuff. You can stop him right in the track and just destroy him.
We're back again. Just smile. Looks like we're going to be redrafting that up. Had to be a slight technical difficulty. And once again, we try to give everyone a fair chance here at WCG. So here we go. Back to it. I'm guessing just like the first series of today,
Oh, I like it. Just when we say that we have one counter that it's like a triangle love relationship, right? Love triangle. It's like A loves B, but also B doesn't love A. B only has his eye on C, but C is like, okay, I'm gonna get A. So it's like one of those very interesting in the entire meta, right? Just because what it can offer, the poke, the wave clear, and then self-sustaining, the mobility, the movement speed. The list go on and on. Eve is just one of those universally good character. So you take, and by the way, even if it's straight up counter with Claude against Eve, it's not like you always win, because if sometimes you snowball too hard as an Eve, there's so much opportunity for you to build items that counter Winter Truncheon, or if a Claude comes in, if the entire team is farmed, you can straight up just murder Claude. Right? You can just auto attack him when he's dancing. Yeah, dancing duet. How about dancing dead? Right? That's one of those things that can happen. So, that's why we still have the Eve and the Franco. I like it. I like what's coming out from Echo. Can they pull it off this time? We shall find out after the rematch start.
Yeah, I'm excited to see JP on the Franco again. We saw him pull off some serious hooks, and just having, you mentioned the Franco can be picked late, but when you have a good Franco player, I think if you pick it up early, it definitely puts the fear of throughout the game. It's just gonna slowly add more and more fear into Evos Icon.
True. Putting the fear into the enemy is hard, and also putting a smile on the caster's face, right? Because when we see the Franco, it doesn't make you smile. It shows confidence. It shows power, it shows momentum, it shows speed. I like that. So even though Franco is actually a very interesting character. It's not, from the figure, you wouldn't expect Franco to run that fast, but it's actually one of the fastest characters in the entire game. I don't know. Maybe he's sliding.
He's sliding? Possibly. Or he's using the hook. I don't know. I don't know what bit we're going with this, but yeah. Anyways, Franco. What do we think they're picking for a marksman? So we have the Claude picked up. We really don't know what's going to be next for the side of Evos here. They could lock in EXP lane.
So far, we've only seen Eve. We haven't seen the other side yet. The other side, we only see the Claude, right? There's still many mid laners available. You mentioned Arlott. That's one of the characters for Veldora, a name that I have a hard time pronouncing. Veldora, actually, that sounds really sexy, to be honest. Yeah. What is a dragon?
It's Thunder Dragon. It's from a show. Yeah.
Oh,
you don't know. You're not a weeb like me. Yeah. Veldora, the Thunder Dragon. Slime.
I try to be a weeb.
I'll tell you.
Was Farmers banned? I don't think it was, right?
What's your command?
No, Faramis wasn't banned. Maybe. No, I don't think so. We're going to find out in just a second, Dave. We'll find out in just a second.
Yeah, we're going to find out just in a second.
Faramis was banned.
There's so many different characters.
Right there, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it was banned. Yeah, it was banned. It cannot be let out. So, sure enough, it was banned. And then, right now, from the side of Evos Icon, we only seen one pick, which was the Claude. So with Franco being taken out, there's so many choices you can take. And now you can play more aggressive against the Franco. You can take out, for example, Grok to completely block it, or absorb the hook, right, with the skill 1. Or you can take Kufra, just engage better. hold up. Why is Evos taking their time first picking? Are we saying that first pick Claude wasn't invalid?
It looks like it's going to be their first pick, so they're just taking their time.
Oh, still.
That's all. You know, they're letting us wait on it.
Right.
They're letting us cook on it. You might as well. And now it gives them a bit more time, too, to plan about their strategy. That could be it, too. It's like, let's buy a little bit of time, think about how we want to deal with this Franco and this Eve, etc., etc.
True. You are sitting on a train to Busan, right? So you got to relax, got to chill, got to enjoy your sake while having a good time.
Busan's a nice place. I love it here.
Oh, wait, hold up. Picks actually changed. So it wasn't supposed to be the Franco. You can see it was not, it was a Kaja ban in the first round. And then after the rematch, it was a Framis ban. And now Kaja's let out. That's even better because it has a bigger range onto Claude. And it will punish Claude better.
Definitely a huge possibility for that. Evo's gonna pick up the Farza as well, so they get some range here. I'm not against that. Kaja now needs to decide which one he's gonna go for. Does he want to go for the Farza? Does he want to go for the Claude? And then Doma is gonna lock in this Basha, which we've already seen how well and how aggressive the Basha can be, jumping in the back line. Not only that, the Tortoise Poisons to try to help melt down any tanky members that Echo wants to bring.
True, but it has to be a calculated dive, right? Last game they had, when he picked the Baxia, it was a Kadita that was there to follow up. So it's a single target's done into a single target burst. That makes sense. This time it's a Farsa. Now, Farsa is mobile, but not really mobile in the middle of the team fight because ultimate is stationary. And then, so you can easily get hooked and then, or just get dove. So Farsa might not have a consistent output for burst, even if Baxia goes in for the engage. Now, on the other hand, you just mentioned where who's Kaja going to go to. It's going to be Farsa, going to be Claude. I think JP is very opportunistic kind of player, right? He just finds opportunity. If he gets Farsa, he gets Farsa. If he gets Claude, he gets Claude. And see, the thing about Kaja is you can engage if your team is ahead, or you can disengage. You can peel if somebody is trying to dive your backline. You can do many things. If Kaja never engages, it effectively makes the Claude kind of useless, right? Because as long as Kaja protects the character that matters, the Eve, the Brody, Claude can't really jump in. If he jumps in, he knows what's waiting for him, the Kadrol, the divine judgment. It's not just any judgment, but divine judgment. So it's one of those things that it's very versatile. That's why Kaja is so popular in the suppression community. And here we go, Angela one more time being banned away, TREX. Am I missing something? I know it's a popular character, but is it...
It has become meta. It really has. It's become meta. It's been like, it gets picked all the time now. And I'm not just like joking or trolling you right now. Like, it has actually become a very popular pick, especially with something like the Basha, especially with a lot of these dive junglers. So like the Ling, the Basha, you compare it with the Claude, and it's just something that works well now with the current emblem system. I don't know all the technicalities behind it because I am not an analysis caster, and also I haven't been as up to date recently. This is something though, but I mean, it's something that worked in the past. It was a very popular combo in the past. We had Angela and Ling comboed up back in.
But TREX,
this is our fault. This is our fault, Dave. Remember, we were so happy that the game started fast. And now the MLBB gods are punishing us. They want us to watch as many drafts as possible so we can learn as much as possible. And here we are.
It's karma. That's what it is. But to be honest, I think you might be right with the Angela, right? The hard guard is really powerful. It can synergize with a lot of characters. But I mean, also it's really just a great support. You know, it can work with Claude. You mentioned it can work with a frontline tank like Baxia. But there is obviously a Kadrol that can lock you down. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there is a technical issue that our event organizer are solving immediately. So with that being said, we're going to take a short 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. This is the time for you to relax and get ready. Share the stream with your friends. Like, subscribe, turn the bell on to all notification bells. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Here we are. Once again, Dave, me and you, you and me, and hopefully we can jump into this draft properly. You like all those rhymes, Dave?
Oh my god, that was freestyle, TREX. Yo, that was good. For those who do not know, my boy TREX here is actually a professional rapper before. I mean, I think he's still a professional rapper. He can make some dope music. I've been listening to his, like, when he goes on live stream, he has been like making just crazy raps. And it's quite insane. If you don't listen to him, you gotta follow this guy. This dude is like just off the chart. You know, that's why he's good at casting, because he rhymes like that, you know? Like, the only thing I know how to rhyme with rhyme is rhyme. Like, I don't know how to rhyme at all. But we listen to him, it's just like, whoa, is that even English? Jeez, that's crazy.
I'm sure you can rhyme. It just takes time. Bars. Anyways, we're going to be jumping into the draft here shortly, I'm sure. But until then, me and Dave will be filling your ears with our gracious, luxurious voices. Here we go. I guess we don't have to drown this out anymore, because we're going to finally be jumping into this. I'm guessing everything will be up the same until a certain point once again. Last time it seems like the Franco was the mispick, and this time hopefully things are similar and maybe it's nothing too huge.
Still swords run deep.
True. All right. Hopefully this time it's the final round of the draft. Let's see, the same draft happening over once again, I believe. Freshman banned, and then I think the Faramis will be banned, and then it's gonna be Fanny, right? From the side of Evos icon. It's the same ban.
Dave,
and then
wait.
Wait.
You ever watch the movie
Groundhog
Day, Dave? You know what the movie Groundhog Day is?
No.
It's where there's I think it's Tom Hanks, someone like that. He has to live the same day over and over and over, and occasionally some things change, and that's what's happening here. We're going through this draft a few times, but this time is the big change, right? This time Claude is gonna get banned out first.
I am the power
Kaja also getting banned here. So now we're in a whole different timeline now. We're in a whole different universe this time, whole different metaverse. We got something the Yves band. Everything has been scrapped. We're starting from scratch.
Do you watch that?
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that's another
Dude, we gotta get one of the movie nights in Busan, to be honest. Like, this is such a beautiful city here, and then we're watching an amazing tournament. Now Valentina's gonna get first picked instead of banned, because I'm pretty sure it was banned. Now down, he's not gonna get away. He's dead. Right? Or if you land a hook, that person's still dead. So either way, there's window of opportunity for the side of Echo to lock somebody down no matter what, and have high burst damage to make sure that person that Franco locks down is dead for sure. And obviously, if you lock somebody down, you want to make sure that person really, truly is dead. So here we go. The Hanzo shows up, but it seems like it's just a pass through, and then it got flushed away. You got flushed away, TREX.
Doma locking in the Fanny. Yes, there is a Franco on the field, so there's still a lot to be careful for, but still, we haven't gotten to see an assassin get picked yet tonight.
I mean, here we go. But the thing about Franco coming in, sorry, not Franco, Fanny coming in, Franco just have to save his ultimate, right? You just have to spam the button. You see Fanny coming in, spam the ultimate, and you might just catch Fanny. If you catch Fanny, like, he's dead. Anybody you catch, like, there's only one word to describe their situation: dead. Kadita jumps in, simple burst damage. Brody jumps in, simple burst damage. The entire side of Echo's comp right now, it's all about burst, lockdown, and burst, right? Franco locks somebody down, either hook or ultimate. Even Grok cannot escape from this type of burst damage. Kadita can easily one-shot a Grok if Kadita snowballed correctly. Plus the Brody's damage on top. Sheesh. Real tank. It's more of a support type of character. Have to stay in the back, land the hook. If you miss the hook, ultimately the character becomes kind of useless except for the ultimate. That means he's more of a pure character rather than engage. Unless he just like camouflage, mask, like their directive, their objective seems pretty clear. Whereas side of Evos, I don't know if they're trying to pick just for the pick, because Fanny's a character that's like 100 to 0, right? Either a hero or a 0. So can they pull it off, TREX? I'm not so sure.
I mean, I think the possibilities are definitely there, right? It just kind of depends on how skilled you are with the Fanny. We've seen Fannies that have a lot of counters on the enemy field still pop off. I think something important for Echo here is to not give Fanny too many targets. We already know target number 1 right now is going to be outplayed on this Brody. I think they need to put something kind of bulky in the jungle. This could be a Joy that stays in the jungle. It could be EXP lane. Very flexible still. I know it's sitting with the Retribution right now, but still very, very flexible. I think it would be better in the EXP lane most likely. But yeah, like I was saying, I think if they put something too squishy in the jungle, then Fanny now has 2 targets and JP has a lot more ground to cover in the laning phase. They need to make sure that if they need to pretty much essentially make sure that JP can just protect Brody here, right? And not have to worry about everyone else too much. And if JP has to choose between 2 or 3 different squishies, then Doma has plenty of space to move.
Your team is
But let's take a look at what other options are good. So far, there doesn't seem like too many. Oh, Edith! It's all about the qual control TREX. If you're able to lock him down, lock the Fanny down once with any CCs, with the recent changes on Fanny, if you get CC'd halfway, mid-flying, you don't go to the destination anymore. You're going to directly destination fooked, right? You're getting like destroyed right there and then. You're not going anywhere, you're not flying away. So this is, it's interesting pick. We don't see the character that much anymore, Edith, but it's definitely being show up for the first time in WCG, and I gotta say, TREX.
I think we're gonna jump into the game. I'm pretty sure we're gonna jump into the game after this. I think this is just a quick shot to us, and then we're gonna go into the game. But yeah, Edith, please. Here we go. Here we go. Groundhog Day is over, ladies and gentlemen. We have arrived. This is game 1 in a best of 3. Evos Icon up against Echo Proud. And I am proud to be here right now. I'm loud to be here right now. I'm happy to be here right now. Take us through these objections right here.
I think the word looking for is objective. Oh, here we go.
Objective.
JP might be between Vodka and hard place. Oh, he's still dead though, but like that's a good attempt. That's a good attempt. I mean, this guy was dead since he was hidden there. I mean, good job from One Strong, looking around to make sure that he discovered where the Franco was. It's quite interesting that he knew Franco would be hiding in that bush. Like, what's the point of that, right? Like, why was Franco there to begin with? Just so that he can do that? Just so why do you think that is, TREX? I'm actually trying to figure it out. Why did Franco have to choose that bush? So deep.
I mean,
here we go.
He was just trying to buy some time. Maybe he was just trying to, you know, get vision, buy time. They need to make sure that Zeta has as much space as possible. JP about to take another one, though. Suitsujin picking it up on the Fanny. This is a bad start for Echo Proud.
Yes. I mean, we don't see too many of this type of like infinite cables anymore, especially this early. And now we're seeing it. This is actually like so surprising, to be honest. You know, I didn't think Suitsujin is gonna do so well on the Fanny, but obviously I know very little about Evos Icon, besides the fact that they destroyed their opposition in the previous series. And now it seems like they're gonna be doing so well. I literally thought that with the team like Echo Proud, you know, how clear they are, how aggressive they are, gonna be doing better. But this is, right now is Evil's game. However, don't give up on Echo Proud. Echo Proud is gonna make you proud. Here we go.
mean, Suchijin's been known. He did play an MP. He's been in the NDL, but still, well, you can see the skill where it is. Echo Proud knowing they need to slow things down here a little bit. They need to try to stop the pace that Evos Icon is setting. And Veldora wants to set it again. In comes Suchijin looking for the finish here.
Whoa.
Finds it with the cutthroat. JP goes down. That is now 0, 3, and 0 for him. Krite gonna put a little bit of damage on the Zeta here, but still I don't think he can contest this turtle. James in a little bit of trouble here. Will get the way of the dragon, kick to the face, and taking out Veldora, picking up the kill.
Hey, remember how our side of Evos Icon just took advantage of that? 0-3-0, not the end of the world, but definitely not the best either. And Zeta is gonna take the opportunity to take the turtle. Despite the fact they're 4-1 behind on KDA. So far, the game is totally even. I wouldn't say each team, like, any team is so far ahead, but I like the fact that one strong is playing really strong in this game right now. The engage is really decisive, it's really clear. Besides the one little getaway on the bottom side with the flicker from James, every other engage is being on point. So this is, we talked about before the series started, it's a contest of the tanks, right? Who's gonna play more aggressive? Who's gonna define the landscape of the game? It seems like so far, One Strong has the upper hand. And we haven't seen too much of a decisive ultimate coming off from Franco. Oh, here we go.
Oh, a little bit of play up in the top side. Lots of trouble for Outplayed. Make it more trouble for Curtizi as Krite gets some nice damage. He will get his health back, though. They're able to find Doma.
Right, they have Bane goal lane. Very different from traditional goal lane, but so far you can't argue with their results, right? I mean, not Doma on the Bane, obviously, 0-2. But the Fanny and Valentina is definitely be doing a lot of work. Here we go, One Strong.
Oh. Gone. Deleted.
Decisive engage.
Annihilated.
Deleted. Evaporated. Just disappeared from Land of Dawn. Let's take a look at items, ladies and gentlemen. Guac is going for the full damage. Already have one single damage item. And then this is gonna scale really fast. Same as Fanny, going full damage. And let's take a look at Joy. Genius won already, so he's gonna have a lot of burst damage right away. You can see the effect on the Valentina. And Valentina didn't copy Joy's ultimate, so he didn't really have anything to peel him away from such high burst. Meanwhile, I mean, so far everybody's been doing well. The gold is
neutral objective here.
Oh,
another
nice
hook lands on a Van Strong.
Bane.
Doma goes down as well. Krite in a little bit of trouble. Zeta comes in, dashing through town. Out comes the electrifying beats, looking for the finish on the Van Strong there. Outplayed, gonna be able to pick it up. A nice response for Echo Proud there. They're gonna get the turtle too, now putting them in the lead with gold. Now played
nice
once
flicker.
more. Gonna try to come in. Veldora though gets the knock up. Is in between all four members. Now might be in a little bit of trouble.
Flip.
Primal Wrath. Oh, good play from the side of Echo Proud.
Wow. You know, more than Joy doing anything too substantial, right? It's this game again. The focus heavily on to JP and Curtizi's combo. Right? We talk about when they were doing the draft. When you have a Franco Kadita, you lock somebody down, that guy is dead. Right? Similar can go for Kaja either way. Because the ult does the exact same thing, except for Franco Kaja, you have more flexibility with your ult. And then speaking of flexibility, it doesn't seem like James gonna have any flexibility but to die. So Echo is more of a pick. They have to get a kill and then leave. They cannot sustain a sustained team fight because they don't have they don't have the right equipment, the right set, right combo in order to sustain a team fight. And they've been doing that, doing a pretty composed engage so far, right? Getting a kill and then kiting away. So we gotta get some credit here. But top side, Suchijin is gonna get the rep buff and get himself away from the fight.
I mean, this can still be anyone's game for sure. Gold at practically a dead even. Echo Proud only holding about 1,000 lead, but Evos Icon still taking towers, still, you know, moving around the map as a unit, but Echo Proud doing the same thing, and they're waiting for the moment that JP can catch a hook. They're waiting for the moment that they're gonna be a nice Petrify from Curtizi, anything to strike. But Evos Icon with the same kind of strategy here. They want that way of the dragon, they want the big wild charge. That way Suchijin can come in. Blue buff gonna be able to get taken by Suchijin still, but Echo Proud being relentless with the pressure.
Oh, here we go. Franco's hook's gonna go wide. Lord just spawned, and the goal is dead even. Wow. I mean, like, this is Look at Wenstrom being strong right now. 1v4. Try to stop the rotation from the bottom side. But Franco comes in. The beautiful
walks right into
got
JP.
canceled.
Wait a second. Nice way of the dragon. Does stop it.
There we go.
Kurtz able to pick up. Vonstrom goes down. James looking for something, but Krite and Doma force it back off. But wait, the flicker. Outplay comes in. Finds Krite there. Outplay goes down to Susujin, though. A nice unstoppable kill. It's 2 for 1 currently. Echo Proud still holding the lead in terms of kills. But James in a bad spot. Doma wants to try to come in. James getting lower. Kurtz forced to use a dash, try to get away. Susujin is here, though. Has some cables. Looking for a pop.
This is what I mean, man. TREX recognize Susujin. Gangster recognized Gangster style. Know that he's good, and sure enough, he's representing. Single-handedly putting the entire team on his back, flying back and forth, getting killed left and right. Meanwhile, Echo, here we go. James looking to engage. This player has been doing a lot of work in the previous series with our lot, with all that kind of stuff, with the flank, with the engages. This game, he can do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's definitely, you know, you bring out this off-brand pick, but it's not doing horribly. Like you said, even more CC. Echo Proud still not always being the aggressors here. Really waiting for either James or JP to set something up and then attacking. And there it is. Speak of the devil. Petrify. Wild Waves and Outplay picks up the kill. The perfect person to give that to.
One more.
Brody sitting at 5 and 2 right now. James taking a little bit of damage. Forced to use the Primal Wrath to try to get away. Vanstrong gonna use away the dragon onto Zeta. Zeta still able to escape from that. In comes Susujin, though. James goes down, and you never know when he's coming. He always gets there at the right point to pick up the kill.
And then he's going to top lane to get a more tower. That means the Lord might be potentially free for the side of Echo. Joy is throwing everything at it, knowing the enemies that doesn't have retreat, and he does. And he can be completely immune to control.
Right, able to take it, steal it. Not only that, but take out 3 members. How did they lose that? Zeta taken out in the nick of time, stunned up, terrified, and Christ steals the Lord.
Wow. Wow, how did that even happen? Jungler wasn't even there. I think Zeta just panicked. They hit a panic button and dipped. Didn't get the Lord enough dying, so that was really, really hard. This is gonna be a just sad defeat in that lore fight. Obviously, because they could have easily snatched that win and get a Lord pushing towards the opposite side instead of, you know, current situation that they're in. So Franco getting to the point where he can't really land hooks anymore. I mean, hook comes and goes, right? Sometimes you land some, you're getting the trenches. Sometimes they don't get some. Here we go. He is afraid to engage as well, because if you miss a hook and you try to engage on somebody's face when the entire enemy teams are missing, it's not a good idea. And he took the proper decision. Here we go. Engage.
Way of the dragon. Deadly catch. Vonstrom goes down, though, maybe a little bit too deep. But wait a second, it's not over. Echo Proud want to push their limits. Krite goes down next. JP able to escape with just a sliver of health. Hook comes out. Goes a little wide, but James in the middle of this along with Zeta. Doma on the run, but wait. Susujin coming around with the cable, looking for a target. But these are the targets you want. You're not outputting the damage, and there's too many members there, too much CC. Echo Proud able to respond after their big loss. The game is still neck and neck.
Wow. Slightly to favor Evos icon, which is, I mean, I don't know how to describe this. Zeta solo invading. He's gonna get this red. It just feels like this game compared to the previous game. But by the way, I want to verify something I said earlier, right? We talk about Echo's strategy. They have very much lived to their identity of the game, which is like they know their win condition, they know how to execute it, and follow up Franco's engage and follow up nice. And that's exactly what they did, right? Every time Franco engaged. Speaking of engage tracks, here we go. One more fight.
Damage on a James there. James taken out immediately. Evos icon, still 44 seconds till the next Lord, but right here, that's going to give them another little bit of a gold advantage and map advantage in this game.
How much gold advantage is that? Let's take a look. Right now we're at a 1,000 gold differential 13 minutes into the game. I mean, that's like average of 100 gold and less, right? Like 700 gold per minute. Wow, that is, I mean, what 70 gold, sorry, my bad. It's not too much gold difference at all. So here we go. That's not even a half an item. I don't even know what is that, right? Here we go, Lording Hands. Major fight incoming. What do you think about Edis? Do you think Edis is a good pick here? Do you think Edis has done much effective things in this particular game?
I mean, it's definitely been a holder of the front line, able to kind of stop flanks from happening and be another engager other than JP, or at least kind of set things up to where JP doesn't have to hold the front side. You mentioned earlier they need some sort of bush check other than JP because you want the Franco to sit in the back, but wait a second, Bonstrong going for the Edith right now. All 4 members, and watch for Suchijin too, just hiding out in this bush, waiting for his moment to come in as well. Zeta gonna dash through, wait for the electrifying beat. There it is, able to find Christ. Suchijin decides not to go in. Veldora gonna go down to those torn apart memories. JP with the flank as well, and now the Lord could fall into the hands of Echo Proud. The flip, the knock-up. Bonstrong forced to back off, but Doma and Suchijin don't want to let this happen too easily. They're still holding down next to the Lord pit. It is 3 versus 5 currently, but Evos icon is not backing off. Suchijin looking for a target, not able to connect. Outplay, maybe getting the finish. Torn apart memories, takes out Suchijin. Doma goes down as well. All that's left is Van Strong, and he's got barely any health. Echo Proud will be able to take this Lord unscathed.
Wow. What a crazy fight. And think about Echo set this all up. The bottom lane had a humongous wave pushing towards the base. Just now I saw Joy moving towards mid. I thought he was actually noticing this and try to go back to bottom and just end the game, which he totally could, knowing that the entire set of Evos icon was distracted. But obviously, you don't have the God of You to know what the minion waves are. It will be completely in the blind spot there. Nonetheless, right now with 1 Lord, we're instantly jumping to a 4,000 gold lead. And after Lord spawns, start taking everything, every gold, every tower. We're only expecting Echo Proud to have an even much bigger lead going a little bit.
I mean, this could be the shot for them right here. They could try to end this right here, right now. They've got a nice advantage. But watch for Suchijin up in the top side. Gonna clear that wave, maybe try to go for something here. I think he needs to get back to base though. He's gonna recall because the Lord has encroached, almost touching in, but Echo Proud still taking things slow. They want to go for another inhibitor instead of trying to force down the boss side. They're gonna move on to the mid. They're able to take it, and then they back off. They're playing it patient. But wait, no, JP.
Oh, here we go, Franco.
Pops the ultimate, able to get the bloody hunt. CoachTezet moves in as well, but still no finish. James pops the Primal Wrath. Able to clear waves a little bit. Echo needs to back off though. James in a bad spot. Watch for Zeta hiding out in the bush, but still at a stalemate.
Wow. But at least you get like 2 high ground towers. Was that, you know, I would say singular push because the previous bottom tower was just pure Winions and it happened right around the Lord fight. So you can call that like 2 high ground towers. That's pretty nice. 2 defense towers for the favor of Echo Proud. Now they're gonna have permanent pressure towards mid and bottom. Well, I didn't expect Joy does so much stinky damage. You saw how much damage he did to the backline. Like, here we go.
Nice engage. Van Strong going deep once again and getting knocked up from the Edith. Veldora hits a wild charge. Able to knock out CoachTezet there, but he's still up. Torn apart memories goes off, but Suchijin finds CoachTezet into the backside. They want to trade up because Van Strong goes down next. Zeta does pop the immortality, still on the field. Krike goes down to outplay. It's 3 for 1 currently. Echo Proud closing in, but Suchijin still on the map, still a deadly threat. Doma here as well. Zeta with the immortality was able to survive that last team fight as Doma clears the wave with the deadly cat. Suchijin takes a big shot to the face from Outplay. The damage is there, but can they get the finish? Outplay finds it. Doma goes down. Suchijin with the last to fall, and now they've moved on to the base. This will be game 1 for Echo Proud.
Echo Proud coming in, showing us they're proud still. Right, they're proud. Nonetheless, despite all the challenges they went through in the early game, they come together, they're a clear objective. We saw Franco flicker out to Grok with Kadita's one shot. Kadita's combo is just gone. Right, that's exactly what predicted their game plan was, executed that many times in the entire game. I think probably 4 or 5 times, which is beautifully done. But the only time when they're having trouble, because Evos Icon is also a team that never gonna give you slack, right? They're not gonna do that. They're gonna give you everything they got, and that's exactly what we saw in last game. it's not an even game. It's more of a back and forth, 50-50. And that's what belongs on this stage as we take a look at the first game items.
Dave, you take us through these items. You're the analysis man. You take us through these items.
I will take you through these items. Let's take a look at Echo Outplayed. You have Hunter Strike. You have the Malefic Roar. You have the Wind of Nature. And last but not the least, you have the Blade of Half the Seas, one of the burst damage items. He has a lot of damage, one-shotting the entire enemy side. That's why he's doing damage. Now, Kadita, you can just build whatever you want. You build whatever way you want, you always have damage. And that's exactly, obviously, a Kadita we saw from last game. He's doing so much damage with, even on a Grok, right? Surprisingly. Every time they set their eyes on somebody, every time they had a target, they goes in, you know, the ultimate Franco, ultimate Kadita GGWPs. Next game, are we going to see something similar, right? Are we going to have JP's Franco banned away? Because again, we need to break that code. We need to break the momentum. The only way to do that is take it away, or you pick it yourself. You can't just keep on giving to this guy. This guy's a monster on Franco. You know, even though they're losing late game, I believe losing early game, he will find a way to snack your back, right? Break your back and ult on your face, and you're dead. So don't give it to him anymore.
Well, you know, in the very beginning of that game, remember JP had a very rough time, right? And we were wondering what exactly the plan was, and I kind of said it. You know, Zeta, though, was able to just go deathless for the longest time, and Zeta on the Joy Jungle, which we saw not do well in some previous games. Zeta really kind of picked up the pieces there when was needed and was able to really harass, split up Evos Icon during some of those major fights and help Outplay have his space to be able to pop off when he needed to.
And I was surprised by that, to be honest. You know, considering a very squishy Joy going jungle, he's getting a decent amount of farm, and every time he goes in, there's tremendous amount of risk because there's so much damage coming out from the side of Evos Icon, right? It's not like Joy is just going to be going in and getting a free ride. Evos Icon still have Fanny, who can go to your back line, will do a lot of burst damage, you can fly around. Talking about mobility, both of them are really mobile, but Fanny is more global. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that will conclude for the first game of this best out of 3 series. We're going to take a short 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, will this be the final game of the night, Dave? We're at match point already. Echo Proud up against Evos Icon. Evos Icon just took a bad loss. Echo Proud able to withstand the late game and make it to where they can take the win.
Whew. Evos Icon definitely showed us that they can, withhold the pressure, right? In fact, not only withhold the pressure, they were doing quite well. So this game, are we going to see a game 3? Is it going to be only game 3 of the entire evening? Or is it going to be a 2-0? Because now JP has momentum. History has always have the, should I say, the habit of repeating itself. In Series 1, when Echo Proud was going against Echo Loud, it was a similar situation, right? Echo Loud was almost coming back, grabbing the handle of the wheel, and that's when Echo Proud snatched it back into their own control, and then put the pedal to the metal and just took off. This game, are we going to see something similar?
I don't know. We might see something similar. I mean, Echo will have blue side. They will have first pick, first ban. The Eve taken out. I mean, overall, the bans look very similar, but with Echo having first pick, do they want to switch it up? Do they just want to lock in the Franco again, or do they want to go for something like the Valentina that's been really popular in the first pick?
Wow. Let's see. From has been banned away again. Frederick being banned away. Pretty popular bans, standard bans. Eve, Ling. One thing I don't get it is why Ling 100% banned this entire evening, TREX. It's a character that can be largely countered even at its peak. Even at its peak, there were many characters that can counter Ling really well. And now, I know Ling jungle has been adjusted, but this amount of aggression on banning Ling, like, how to justify that?
I think it's a really hot pick right now, and it's like one of the assassins, I think. I think now, though, after seeing the Fanny lose to the Franco, there's definitely we know there's some leeway. Like, with every hero now, there is a counter possibility. But Evos, maybe it's just something they don't want to have to deal with. They want to play it safe, so we get rid of it, just like we do the Eve, just like we do the Claude. I mean, a lot of these picks can be countered in a sense, but it's, do you want to have to pick the counter? Do you want to be forced into something where you're forced to counter it? Or do you already have a strategy coming into this? It does look like JP is going to pick up the Kaja here as the first pick, very strong. And Evos is probably going to fire back with the Valentina.
I harness it.
Really good pick, both sides. Right, Kaja just give you the guarantee lockdown. And now JP has initiative or have a reason to target the Valentina no matter what. If you take this character out, she cannot copy ultimates, including Kaja's. It'll be a huge headache remover. And it's like taking 9 Quill before going to sleep. For the side of Echo, they're gonna be doing pretty well. So, especially when you call a code. Like right now, are we gonna see the Boxia again? Right? Now with Valentina, yes we are, TREX.
I mean, I like it. It's definitely different from the Fanny. And then the side of Echo picking up the Brody once again, which outplayed even after taking some deaths, which Brody can fall off so quick if you don't play him right, if you don't scale. They were still able to get outplayed to a point where he was just doing insane damage at the right point of the game when they need it. Not only that, they're stacking even more burst damage on top of it with this Farza.
Ooh, high burst damage. Good combos. I want to see what to do with Kaja now as a roam. So what do you pick to combo that as a jungler, right? There are many different options. Actually, you don't really need any. You really just need a bait. Someone in the front to get vision for Kaja, so Kaja doesn't take a lot of poke when he goes in, or simply get Valentina ulted, which is also the Kaja ult. So with that in mind, there are quite a few jungle options. Frederick being banned away. Martis is available, and Martis and Kaja works really well. Martis, Kaja, Farsa, and Brody. Is that gonna be banned away, or are we gonna see Martis being picked for the side of Echo Proud? Alright, let's take a look at ban right now. Fanny ban. This ban is, I mean, yeah, there are not too many counters, but Valentina can still copy Kaja's ultimate to straight up lock down Fanny. And then who else is going to target? They target some other jungle options, or are they going to go for EXP, knowing that you have someone like, there are not too many EXP options, aren't they?
I mean, there's the Orlock's open. The Edith is still a possibility. We saw Echo run it. We questioned it, but it worked. I think Echo could put plenty of things definitely in front of the Kaja. The Trizzle's already locked in for Evos. The Joy is now going to get banned out, so we're really kind of honing into Zeta here as much as possible. But I think Echo, after seeing the Edith from Echo, I think they feel pretty comfortable with plenty of EXP options.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Last band is gonna be the Melissa, who does give Brody a hard time, I suppose, because you jump on Melissa, Melissa's gonna inspire, and you're just gonna be dead. And Brody doesn't usually have a lot of mobility except for the skill 2, but if you use skill 2, you're using it forward aggressively, and you can't really reach Melissa if you walk up to her. So it's a decent ban. And let's take a look at what Evos Icon's gonna pick now as a second round first pick. They do have mid, jungle, and EXP. They decided to go with Beatrix. It's a character that's gonna get bullied with Kaz and Farsa, to be honest. Now, especially with Martin still on the table, and Echo can easily take it out.
I mean, if Van Strong can utilize the sniper and just kind of play the range game, there's definitely some possibilities there. But yes, Van Strong is like the prime target for JP and the Farsa and all of that. And now James possibly going to lock in this Uranus, which there's your answer right there. You're wondering what they were going to put in the XP, what could kind of hold down the front side and give JP space because he is more of a support roam.
Yeah.
He's not going to always be up front. Well, Uranus is the perfect answer to that. He's definitely been a nuisance for many teams in the EXP lane with some of the current emblems. He is just practically unkillable. I mean, with the way that some of the emblems are now, I've heard that he doesn't even need to buy book first. His mana regen is enough.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see if he's going to skip that item like I've heard about it.
Oh, the legendary. I want to see that. I want to see the hype. I want to see what the fuzz is all about. Okay, is it just because of skin, or is it the you know, the hype is actually real? Let show me something. Show me the difference, Captain Van Strong. Right? Meanwhile, Echo did end up picking Martis, and you're absolutely right on the Uranus. Right? Uranus is going to be staying in the front line. And the thing about the side of the entire Echo is, I'm sorry, Evos Icons, they don't really have someone who lock it down, especially the very last pick you choose was someone like Angela. Now you're really missing CC. The only CC you have is what? Terra's ultimate, which you're not going to waste on Uranus. You have someone like Boxia, with a single stun that's not going to be very long, 1.5 second max, even if you land the, you know, the jump. So, and Uranus is really slippery, right? It's a big figure that's really slippery. It's because it's floating in the air. It's actually light as the cloud, light as the feather. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to welcome you to the match point for Echo Proud as you're taking on Evos Icon in the best of the 3 winners bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this will be moving on to the grand finals, so we definitely got to hype it up a little bit more, Dave. Echo Proud with match point. If they take this, they're that much closer to a nice little chunk of change for first place.
Yes. I mean, dude, just the fact that you're going to go to grand finals if you win this, it feels so surreal, right? Because I feel like the journey is so easy, but we all know it's not that easy at all. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the journey, TREX.
Taking the dive in, but wait a second, we're going to be restarting. Maybe it was a miss pause. Definitely going to be a weird spot. JP in a very bad spot, forced to use the flicker. Does get away though, so that is good. Zeta going to get stunned up from Van Strong. Come back with the coils. Everyone disengages. We're still at 0-0.
Are you saying Angela is this strong? I remember Angela used to be strong in Magic Chess. Isn't Magic Chess all over again? Here we go.
Gonna be able to keep the distance, do some nice poking. Van Strong behind Suchijin, trying to get the heal, but now Suchijin in a lot of trouble. JP comes in, picks up the first blood, but Curtizi goes down as well. Van Strong might just be next. Double kill for Krite. JP picking up a double kill onto Van Strong. That's 2-2 on the map. Outplayed with some nice range. JP goes back in, needs to be careful here, but will be able to get away.
Dude, I don't even notice the details. Van Strong and Angela actually never runs out of mana. He was spamming skill 1 the whole time. Look, watch this detail. Aww. So every time he like spams skill 1, it feels like he's dropping mana, but then a second later it's back to full. Like, that just seems so odd, but yet so awesome.
Emblem go butter. Emblem go bird.
Yeah, this is truly the emblem diff, I think. Here we go.
Looks like a little bit of trouble up by the turtle pit. Suchijin gonna pop the tortoise Pusans, but Zeta still able to pick up the turtle. But now the Heart Guard is on to Veldora. He drops the penalty zone. Trying to look for the stun onto Zeta here. Will be able to land it. Zeta goes down. Krite picking up the kill with that stolen feathered airstrike. Veldora now going to try to move on to another target here, but JP and CoachTezet aren't going to fall for it.
Ooh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Very tanky Veldora in the front line with the Heart Guard. Just now coming off from winter. Look at his mana. You see that? He throws. Look at the Regent.
It literally looks like it goes up. Looks like it goes up when he
I've never seen Regents be like this. Is this supposed to happen? Is this why? Because you have infinite mana, you can just throw skills.
Yeah, it has to do with the movement. Hold on a second. Krite gonna go down to a feathered airstrike, and since Angela gets the speed up after using her skill, it just pairs so well. It's similar to the Claude, how his passive makes him faster, and the more you move, the more mana you're gonna get back. So essentially, yeah, you just have infinite mana outplay, able to get the kickoff on Adoma there. It's 4-3 currently at 3.5 minutes. Gold at just about a standstill. Echo Proud only holding about 1,000.
Wow. Well, moving give you mana back on Angela? I was not aware.
With one of the emblems. I want to say it's the common.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why. Dude, I gotta keep it above 1,000 with you guys, okay? This took me by surprise. Mobile Legends, now new meta. Not only does it have different meta, it also have different kind of mechanics, okay? This is definitely interesting, the fact that you can have infinite mana. Doesn't mean you can run it on Alice. But obviously, you know, it's Angela. It doesn't use that much mana to begin with. Kata does have all here though, TREX.
A little bit of trouble. Suchijin in a bad spot. Will get the Heart Guard. Won't be able to get away though. Outplay picking up the killing spree. Snipe shot into Outplayed's face, but Doma not able to get the finish. Turtle still up. Zeta trying to make his move, create a little bit of space, but keep her eyes on Veldora and Krite here coming to that side. There goes the penalty zone. Locked in along with the feathered airstrike. Zeta in a little bit of trouble. Veldora takes the turtle and Zeta as well. It's a 2-for-0 trade along with the turtle. Evos Icon taking the lead.
TREX, isn't the forced panic retreat we're seeing tonight now? Like people where the enemy jungler is dead, you don't jungler retreat and you don't get it because you panic. Oh, here we go. Bottom side.
A little bit of, ooh, CoachTezet picked off from Doma, but Outplay goes down as well. Evos Icon fighting in strong here. They're going to take a tower, and this could put them at a very nice spot for the mid game.
Oh, nice spot it is. Now Suchijin is at, let's take a look at gold, 2,800 gold. Compared to Marta's 27, it's not too much difference, but marksman wise, 37-41. Brody compared to Beatrix, respectively speaking. The biggest difference exists probably around the May. Valentina has 3,200 gold, and Farce is only hanging out at 25. It does have the 2 death, and Krite has 314, 3 kills and only 1 death. So, the money's at where it needs to be. But so far, I still haven't seen Angela doing much except for the first Heart Guard towards the, the blue side, the Echo side's blue jungle. Oh, here we go.
Nice Divine Judgment. Vanstrong goes down to the decimation. Good play by Echo, able to try to balance things out. Not falling too far behind in gold here. Game still essentially at a standstill. Echo has lost a tower in the bot side, but they're still keeping the pressure up.
Oh, look at Uranus. Doing the typical Uranus thing, right? Cutting a wave in the base, eating up 2 lanes. That's why nobody likes him. He's wondering why nobody likes him. And there you go. So annoying. You see? He's eating up the farm. The strategy is interesting, right? Because I think it's only effective if you want to push certain towers, or if you... I think most effective is when you try to push some towers and you try to like just make sure their enemy lane didn't leave their base. But some of the times it's not working, right? It's not helpful to do it. And sure enough, you saw just now, except for the fact when Dora got engaged and get himself killed. So on that, Uranus can go back and do his Uranus things.
Yeah, and Evos Icon take another turtle here. Now it creates a lot of space staying in the base like that and cutting those lanes. It kind of helped Echo Proud get some of the map back, but still Evos Icon able to still secure that objective, and they are now into their just full as a group rotating mode, a Ube strategy of their own, and now they're going for James. Can they get the finish? He tries to use the consecration, but he still will go down. Suchijin picking up the kill up in the top side. Echo Proud, though, fighting back, looking for that tier 2 in the gold lane.
Ooh, it almost become a base race, but it turned out it didn't. But Beatrix still staying bottom lane, though. Look at Beatrix's position. He hanging out, trying to get a tier 2 tower, no matter what. Meanwhile, the rest side jungle is completely empty. We do have a call answer from Farsa. We're calling back and going to the bottom lane. And the entire Echo seems like they want to go with more of a flanking position. Let's check this out.
Yeah, they're literally just like on the opposite sides. But here we go. JP finds a Divine Judgment. Heartguard does come in. Will be enough to save Doma. No, it won't. Zeta looking for another finish here. Maybe trying to lock on to Sutsujin. Did get the speed up, but does not have another decimation to pop. James now in a bad spot. Will get taken out. Van Strom picking up that kill. It's 9-8 on the map. Gold at a dead even right now. The game could still go either way.
Definitely this, right? If you take a look at the item one more time, I'm pretty sure Brody's sitting at 3-1. He's doing okay. But Doma, even though 2-4, I think his gold is not that bad either. He just about Kader ultimate and go in for the side of Evos Icon. And for Echo Proud, Echo Proud is doing a lot of good things right now. Right? I feel like Kaja's engaging properly, and then everybody's following up. They're doing damage in unison. The only problem I would say is somehow I feel like they're lacking damage. I don't know why. They have Farsight and Brody. There should never be a time when this guy's missing damage. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, Cry with the IMU steals the Divine Judgment, looking for JP. They find it. Doma takes him out. Now Zeta, though, wants to re-engage. Takes out Cry. Outplayed, picks up the kill. James holding down the front side as well as Outplay continues to clear the wave. Echo Proud finding the trade 1-for-1.
Outplay is definitely shining quite a bit. This is one of the marksmen that can actually carry his team on his back. Outplay is doing that, right? Like usually marksmen are not the center of the game, except for a few exceptions such as Benny QT. But you got FMVP in M4. So this time it's going to be a little bit of different. Oh, here we go. Another low-fi TREX. It seems like Boxia is not taking damage at all. With the Angela, is this the combo they're going with?
This is the combo they're going with, and as you can see, it does work, right? Evos Icon able to withstand the damage that Echo Proud is outputting right now. And I think that's part of it. It's not exactly that Echo Proud doesn't have a lot of damage. It's that Evos Icon also has a lot of sustain, but JP finds it. Nice Divine Judgment on Sujin. Heartguard comes out. Can Sujin get away from this? Decimation doesn't get the finish. Now Zeta in a bad spot. Doma picking it up. Krite also finding Zeta. 2-for-0 trade. They finally found Veldora. James in the midst of 4 members along with Outplay looking for the finish. Krite goes down. Outplay slays him. James now becoming a force of nature here. Finally getting bulky enough to just stand in the middle of several members. Echo Proud were in a lost situation, but now taking back the map.
Cool. Only still 2 seconds on Martis, but James are taking a lot of damage, executing. He does have an anti-heal on him. That means his ultimate is not that effective. I feel like Flooring would work better with Uranus, right? You make your heal like unreductible, right? I think that's pretty cool. Oh, here we go. Another possible engage from Sujin here. Rolling around, trying to be a boss. Lord is already at 50%. Let's see the formation here. 5v5 straight up. Here we go.
Able to find Suchijin there, and comes the penalty zone. Veldora on top of several members. James goes down first. Next is going to be JP. Suchijin with the Heartguard, able to stay in it all, but Zeta finds him, but only for his own life. This Lord will go to the side of Evos Icon. And while this is happening, a huge wave is crashing down the bot.
But it's not an enhanced Lord, right? It's not 12 minutes. So I wonder if Evos should have waited for like 30 seconds to do it. Actually, there's no time. Right now, I'm just trying to get back as much advantage as possible and then regain control. And they're doing exactly just that. They're back to 2,000 over 2,000 gold lead, and now pushing out to the high ground.
Blue team
I mean, look at Van Strong, 2, 2, and 12. We were worried about the possibility of them not having that much CC, but right now they don't need it because they have the sustainability and they're able to last while Doma unloads damage on the backside. And even Van Strong and Veldora outputting a decent amount of damage. And though it's not really burst damage from everybody, it is just a slow whittle onto the team of Echo Proud.
Ooh. Echo, can he do it? Can Kaja find the crucial engage into Valentina or Beatrix? Here we go. Oh, here comes the camouflage play.
A lot of damage on Doma. Doma goes down first. James in the backside able to find it. Krite trying to flicker in. Can't find the finish. Outplay gets the outplay. That's 2 members down, all for the price of CoachTezet. It's a good trade for Echo Proud. They're going to move on to this Lord, clear it up, and try to reclaim this map.
Nice. And beautifully executed defense for Farstar getting killed. But when you see the match, you know something bad is about to happen. And now Echo trying to fight back. I've seen this many times again. When you try to push the Lord without the proper setup, preparation, the results are devastating. And here we go. They just want to have some lead, now it's all gone, right? With the tower gone, 1 more shot, yeah, it's all gone. Now look at the gold. Echo Proud is back in the lead with 200 gold ahead. It's not that much.
I mean, James is there at this point, right? Like, James is so bulky right now. In the very beginning, he was having a little bit of trouble, but at this point, he can really just hang out between 3, 4, 5 members. JP in a little bit of trouble, though, taking a lot of damage. Immortality pops. Don't think there's a way to escape that one. That's going to give Evos Icon a little bit of an advantage here as the Lord comes up in 45 seconds.
Ooh. I want to see the items right now. I want to see what Beatrix has and see if it's enough to take out James. But James right now is not that tanky against Beatrix anymore. Oh, here we go. Mid tower, hanging on a little bit of HP.
Yeah, Zeta maybe a little bit too deep. The Nubiru's Passion chips him down. Evos Icon trying to push the envelope here, keep as much pressure, keep Echo Proud inside of their base as long as they can. Make sure they have a little bit of a wave advantage here when this Lord comes up.
Ooh, look at Sujin invading. Like, he's basically giving. Oh, this is so Evil's playstyle, right? Like every single game when they played, they have been invading the jungle of the opposition. And now they're doing it again, all thanks to Boxia. And Boxia is strong on the game, but it's that strong for the invade. I mean, you gotta not miss skill 2 at all in order for that to work. Here we go. In the low fight, it's like this siege will put in the favor.
Zeta's going for it, looking for it, not able to get it though. Suchijin still keeps it, and now Echo Proud in a bad spot. They lose James, and they're forced to back off. Evos Icon gonna have a nice advantage with James gone for 30 seconds here.
Evos Icon decided it's not time for us to get off work. It's time for us to have actual work. I like that spirit. You know, always fighting for actual work for the casters. Love it. And now there's gonna be a huge wave coming in. And with the proper wave management, which is exactly what Evos Icon are doing, that much basics. And now they're gonna shove into the base, bring the base of Echo Proud. Whew, this is gonna be really rough. Echo Proud,
most definitely forward, coming onto the mid side. Will get the crash here and take it down quickly. Evos Icon moving down to the bottom inhibitor, looking for the finish, trying to take as much as they can away from Echo Proud and wait for the possible mistake. Just patrolling the walls, not pushing in too deep, not wanting to give themselves over and not wanting to give themselves up. They are able to take the 1 inhibitor. I was hoping, or I was thinking that maybe they could get 2 out of this. More waves still coming though. Suchijin, Veldora, watch out for the penalty zone. It could be coming soon. A nice feathered airstrike from Krite doing a lot of damage, and there's a penalty zone. Zeta taking a lot of damage. Veldora gets the finish. No Doma picks up the kill. And that's going to be an inhibitor and a nice trade for the side of Evos Icon.
Cool. Solid defense here. Losing 1 high ground tower at a time. 3,000 gold differential, 16 minutes in. That's not even qualify for a gold difference, right? Like that's like 200 gold per minute. Oh, here we go. Boxia. They're forcing their way in. Twizzler.
Veldora comes in. Nice. Big hit. Another tower goes down. James gonna get shot down from Krite though. Heart Guard does come up on a Suchijin. I think they want to try to end this here. They have the bulkiness, they have the tankiness, they have the damage. Suchijin into the backside. Can they lock onto the base? JP goes down next. Zaida back on the map as well, but more waves are crashing in. Krite around the backside, able to find outplay. Minions just need to get a little bit closer. They lock onto the base. That's 20% of the base. May go down. They can't get the finish, but there it is. Evos Icon tie it up 1-1.
Whoa, what a well-deserved game 3 right there. You know, they grabbed the helmet of victory and took it to the enemy side's base. I think it started, dude, Angela is really a must ban, huh, Trex? Like, I thought Kaja is gonna do very well against Angela, but what I didn't know is this guy no longer costs mana. He can just spam skills all game long and there's nothing you can do about it. Right? I don't think Angela was like this before. This is a crazy amount of mana, a crazy amount of spam that went strong now become a went spam on Angela.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you look at Angela too, you're building some damage in there. You have the slow, you pick up your cooldown, and then you have just a little bit of tankiness with the Brute Force Breastplate. But it's like you turn something that would normally be your tank, which wouldn't do any damage, into something that can also apply damage. And there you have it. Yes, you lack a little bit of CC, but you are just this overwhelming force that can pile drive over your enemies.
Whew. Wow. What's the solution for the Angela? That you can have use infinite mana. It must be an emblem. It must be something, right? Like you can do about it. I thought Kaja's the way. I thought they had Brody that burst damage, that Farce that burst damage. Like anyone they pull, they can burst. But you know, the Heart Guard was a little bit hard because you can buy enough time for the rest of the team, rest of the support to come in, and they will chip you down. So, I'm still thinking about the right corner for Angela. Maybe ban, just like you said. Yeah, that's the only solution. But banning Angela just doesn't feel right, man. Like, why are you banning Angela? It's 2023.
This is 2023, man. I mean, every hero deserves a comeback, and right now we're seeing Angela in her prime. That little girl is causing havoc in the land of Dawn right now, and finally you can see it. And it works so well with heroes like the Basha. It works well with heroes like the Lin, some of those like the Link, some of those dive heroes that want to just get in your face. So definitely excited to see what else people will pair with as we move on through future games. But the major thing to talk about is we have our first game 3 tonight. So far, it's been 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah.
But these games right here have gone the distance, both of them, close to 20 minutes each one. So excited to see how game 3 goes.
Yes, I'm actually really excited. This is truly the game point now. No more do-overs, hopefully, right? This game 3 will determine who will proceed to the grand finals, which is competing for $40,000. I think that's the first place, right? Total prize money is $60,000. First place, 40. Second place, 10. I think the third place was 6,000 and last place 4. And that's how it goes. I mean, so it's a lot of money on the line. You win this, you literally go to 5 digits, no matter what, right? 5 digits, it matters 40 or 10. But obviously you're one of the 40, because that's a lot of money.
Run deep.
Jeez. Imagine giving so much money to younger kids.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the final draft of the night now. Still some very similar bans. Echo will be on the blue side, taking out the Fredrin, and the Ling gets taken out from Evos.
Again, I need to learn about the Ling meta, right? Fredrin, understandable. The quad control, work with a lot of characters. Works with Eric's Angela, works with Florin, works with a lot of characters. Fredrin is Fredrin. Fredrin is a bit different. The CC, the mobility, the tankiness, right? But Ling, it's a Ling. You know, I'm missing something. It's like how I'm missing Angela. I think I'm the same way I'm probably missing Ling. There's probably some minor adjustments that's behind the scene. But now you have From has been banned. We're standard banned throughout the entire tournament so far. That leaves Eve still on the table. Claude being banned away. Kaja's still there. So we're gonna see some Kaja ban and take Eve. Is that the plan? Angela. Forget about this
ban
jam
out the
right
Angela.
here, TREX.
We got to get rid of it. I mean, after the last game, and Echo doesn't seem to want to play it themselves, so we're just gonna. And I feel like when you have first pick like this, it's like, yes, the Angela's good, but maybe not first pickable good. And it kind of shows your cards very quickly. I think it's much better on the red side where you kind of have some response time and you can pair it up with something else immediately, right? So Echo, knowing their position, they're just gonna ban it out.
Whew. Interesting bans right here. Nice, Angela. Kadita being banned away.
My domain.
Wow. Wow, what a new meta they're in. Valentina's still open for sure. Kaida's still open for sure. So Valentina is definitely the more superior pick, right? Because you can copy Kaida's ultimate and you can use it better. Right? You have Kaida's cooldown and you can use it better. Because you have 2 dashes plus flicker, right? Where Kaida just have the slow dash. But instead it goes Kaja now again. Ping Kaida is okay because as long as you can lock down the enemy Valentina, did not work out last game. Let's see if it's gonna pan out this game.
I mean, JP did play the Kaja well. I don't think that was exactly the issue. I think the Angela definitely had a huge part of the last match, but it does look like Evos could pick up the Eve here if they wanted to. That's open. Definitely taking their time with their choices. But yeah, I think the Kaja, the Kaja's valid. The Kaja's definitely very, very valid. And if JP plays it to the level that he did before, then they should do well. It's just everyone else needs to work around it a little bit better.
Oh, Kaida is such a good pick. Now, even if you give the Valentina, you still have the Eve to use. So, right? So, because imagine if you pick Valentina, you're giving Kaja away, but you can't, they're also going to take Eve. So, instead, they decided to take Kaja, and now give Valentina away, but now they can still take Eve, which is pretty good, especially against Evo's icon. But I like to play a character like Baxia on that because you can kite Baxia out to infinity. Make sure Baxia, maybe not that much damage because of Baxia's passive, but you can kite this character out to make sure he doesn't move. You know, instead of a rolling wheel, it's more of a problematic rolling wheel. And here we go. You've been taken out with Beatrix to high burst damage late game. Kaida Beatrix is one of the most deadliest combo in the late game because the BB gun that Beatrix has with Kaida's ultimate can one-shot anyone on the map. Has been one of the most successful combo since the characters come out and now still used in the game.
I mean, not only that, but with the Kaja and the Eve and the Beatrix, you already have some really nice combos, right? You have the World Manipulation, you have the Nabira's Passion, you have lots of AoE ultimates coming from Beatrix here, and then you have a Kaja who can pull people back into that World Manipulation. So you have your control set down. Now they just need some, major engagers, some people to kind of be the backbone of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly the EXP laner, right? Who does well against Arla? Arla early game is just so strong. And trying to compete against Beyonce and Sing is almost impossible. So coming out with Fanny though, Fanny pick is kind of, sus, right? It's caught in his old Fanny mid-flight. It'll be taken out by Beatrix. It's not like you can jump on too many characters now, but when you have Fanny, the early game is going to be really, really aggressive. So if you can pick characters for Evo side, if I would be Evos, I would trade to get enemy low and Fanny come in clean up. Mid lane, side lane, any lane you're in, trade and give Fanny the opportunity to come in and harvest, right? Meanwhile, for Echo side, like you correctly pointed out, they need someone that can stay in the front line and soak up the damage, get direction, knowing where people are, and to get a character that can do all that while surviving against Martis and Valentina. I think we might see Martis. Oh, Martis being banned. I was just saying, not Martis, Arlot. Just say Martis is a great pick, and yet Martis got taken away.
Yeah, I mean the Fanny. They were able to beat They were able to beat the Fanny in game 1. They had the Franco and the Edith, but this time they have the Kaja, so still very similar. So I don't the Fanny's good, but we've seen them deal with it. We've seen them make it work against it. So I'm not doubting that they can now. CoachTezet could have a little bit more trouble here, just because there's going to be some points where he is just completely immobile and is literally a perfect target for Krite. So JP really needs to kind of hang out with CoachTezet, I feel like, this game, but also needs to worry about outplayed. So for Sutsujin to really take advantage of this Fanny, like a major win condition for this Fanny, is to try to know where JP is at and go for the opposite squishy that he's not protecting.
Yeah. See, the thing about Fanny is it's so mobile, right? After realizing where Kaja is, can easily go to the other side within seconds. That the speed that Kaja can only dream of. Even though Kaja has wings, but the wings is only for decoration. See here, Bane get banned away, Martis get banned away, heavily targeting jungle. We're talking about Martis being one of the premium pick here for Team Echo. And then Evos realized that, banning it away. And for set of Echo, they decided to ban with Chow and Harith. You know, when people pick Harith against Beatrix TREX, it always makes me really think, right? Why is Harith such a good pick against Beatrix? What do you think?
I mean, the movement, the slow. Really, I think, yeah. Well, I think the Harith is just like you have nice poke in the laning phase. That first skill, that you know, it has a lot more range than a lot of people give it for. So you can just kind of, you can sit in the laning phase and not get too bullied.
Yeah. Ooh, Terizla. Oh, Evos love their Terizla. Now, provided that Veldora is actually nasty on Terizla. I've seen it many times. You always get 3-4 man ultimate flicker combos. It's really good. And if you pull, and this time it actually has synergy on top. If you pull somebody and Fanny fly through, somebody's gonna be dead somebody, right? So this is a good combo. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Team Echo. Which jungler are they gonna go with, right? Being all this character taken away. Edith EX feeling one more time against Arla. Enjoy.
Very similar to game one. Very similar to game one. Zeta gonna pick up the Joy again. They put Edith on the James, which is gonna be helpful to stop Susujin on this Fanny once again. So it's looking very reminiscent of what we saw before and what Echo made work against the composition of Evos. But this time, Evos has the Arlot. They have a few more choices. I'm wondering where this Arlot's gonna go. Is it gonna be a roam Arlot or a roam Terizla? It's gotta be one of the two here.
Roam Arlot, Roam Terizla, let's take a look. Yeah. Because right now it's a little bit intriguing. Van Strong is on Arlot, so it's Roam Arlot. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Keyboard do it, right? All the time. Yeah. So, especially Arlot, if you think about it, the core item is Thunderbelt, and then you start building Tanky, right? You start building Dominance Ice on an item. So this character builds Tanky to begin with, right? And then we talk about EXP lane, playing Arlot, the set potential, right? With the final slash, the 90-degree angle to get everybody on your side and dash through or stun. That thing can be deadly, and he builds Tanky and it still does damage. So Arlot's tank is not bad. It's just that you think about like core engages, right? His core engage is just one skill. If you use that skill, well, I mean, there's not too much you can do about it. Here we go.
Yeah, well, here we are going into game 3. Echo Proud versus Evos Icon. The winner of this will move on to the grand finals, and the loser will go down to the lower bracket to play tomorrow. Which one's it going to be, Dave?
Ooh, I gotta say, my vote still goes to Echo Proud. You know, Echo Proud has been doing so well the entire evening, and there's no reason for them to not do so well and changing, do some micro adjustments based on what they did. But here we go. The invade comes in.
Being very aggressive. Maybe in a bad spot. Goes down though. First blood. Over to CoachTezet there. James trying to make his way around. JP forced to run away, but still Echo Proud comes out on top as long as they don't lose anyone here. But Van Strong here try to make that happen. Can't quite do it though. Echo Proud with a huge dub in the first minute.
Sheesh. Fanny, I mean, I think it's really good from Zyda's part, realizing that Fanny was gonna come. So he hid himself in a bush, right? And eventually did stuff at the right moment. Here we go. Went strong.
Zeta can be able to get away there, so I mean that's a plus. And the fact that Evos Icon can't force it right now. The gold is still at an even standstill, but it's huge to have a kill onto Fanny this early in the game.
Oh, Fanny level 4. This is not good. Outplay is already traded low. Where's the minion wave pushed in? And then, oh, he's looking for it, TREX. He's looking for it. Here we go.
Oh, going on Outplay. Outplay uses a flicker.
Oh!
Is he gonna go? Oh, he finds it. Susujin goes down again. And Doma isn't even able to get outplayed there.
Outplay was outplay. But now Benchon's topside though. And this is going to be a free turtle.
And, I mean, I think that's a great trade. Yes, you lose outplayed there, but you get a turtle. You get Sutrogen twice now. I still think Echo Proud has the advantage here.
Outplay. Definitely well-picked name for this player. I mean, he has done so many outplays just this evening. So this is a man of culture, man of mechanics. I like this guy quite a bit. Here we go. Bottom side, Fanny invading one more time. Oh, but this time he's gonna catch his prey. Securing a kill. This is the first time Fanny got a kill, actually.
I mean, I feel like the fact that Sutrogen has taken 2 deaths and is still being this aggressive, still picking up kills, just shows how threatening the Fanny can be. Still a level ahead of Zyda right now. So, I mean, it's kind of huge. The fact that Sutrogen has died twice and is still holding a lead over Echo Proud's jungler just speaks volumes.
Yeah, speaking volume, all right. Let's take a look of everybody's items. If we can take a look at items. Dude, I just don't understand. I understand Joy does some damage through a late game with the whole burst. But overall, here we go.
A lot of damage on Sutrogen there. Krite able to drop the road manipulation. Doma maybe looking for more. JP there as well. The Muddles comes out. JP taking a lot of damage. Will they get finished? No, they can't. Able to just get away with a sliver of health.
The lucky boy. Oh my goodness, TREX. This guy has been walking away how many times tonight with a sliver of health? He does not die. He does not perish. He just stay in the front, tank everything, soak up everything, be the center of hatred, and then walk away. Wow. And that's the build different right there.
JP, the lucky boy. Wait a second, Final Slash comes in onto CoachTezet, but the rest of Echo Proud are here as well. JP doesn't have the Divine Judgment, so he can't pull anyone in, but still helps his team out. Echo Proud able to disengage.
And this time, James even give up a wave, if you've noticed, right? Like, he give up bottom lane, the whole EXP lane. Now he's about to give up the second EXP lane to move to Turtle. That's dedication right there, right? Now, Joy obviously cannot do that. He's not as fast as Fanny. Look at Fanny now, waiting for the minute wave to come to the tower so he can get gold plating. He's gonna get a lot of gold here. I think he's probably gonna get the whole, like, yeah, look at that tower.
Notice how JP and Zyda are just like staying together. They're always within a line of each other. Wait a second, CoachTezet taking a little bit of damage. In trouble. The penalty zone comes in. James pops the final wrath, but it's still not enough. That's going to be a big hit onto the side of Echo Proud. CoachTezet and James both down, as Evos Icon should be able to now take this turtle unscathed.
Whew. Not only that, they're taking the tower. Evos Icon. Wow. Oh, here we go. TREX.
JP in a little bit of trouble. Use the Divine Judgment, though. Van Strong still in the midst of it, though. Finally goes down, but so does JP. Outplayed will be next. Doma picking up the kill. That's a turtle and 2 for the price of 1 in Evos Icon pocket.
Ooh, Evos Icon. They're the one who's catching momentum right now. It's not like picks like Edis. I mean, the CC was good, but early game damage was missing. And then their heavy damage burst is relying on Eve. And I hate to say this, Joy's early game damage is okay, but this is such a late game draft. And I echo that if any team can come back, Echo is the team to do it, right? Like, they have what it takes. They came back from their bigger brother, the many-time champions of the entire world of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So if we're talking about coming back, look at this team. They don't feel a thread of remorse, not remorse, that's a bad word. A threat of scares, right? They're not scared at all. They're in a disadvantaged situation, but they kept on making plays. They kept on finding the angles to get objectives. And yet, even though they're behind, they were still behind, but they were able to find objectives ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, they still find the first tower of the game, essentially. They're still making plays across the map, which is huge when you're at a disadvantage like this. You don't want to let it just push you into a corner. You want to make sure you keep on keeping your tempo, and that's what they're doing. And even though they're 1,000 gold behind, it still feels like this is a draw game, and nobody's really controlling completely. Both teams making plays of their own across the map.
Whew. 1,000 goal differential. This is literally like every game of this series, huh? True grand final of the winner's bracket. Oh, here we go. Roll manipulation.
They will be able to take that tower too, but Evos Icon just kind of hit and run.
Yeah, very decent, very disciplined play coming out from Evos, right? They used the ultimate, the rail manipulation out of RW. Oh, here we go. Before that,
takes a lot of damage. Veldora goes down. Good play by the side of Echo. Wait a second, the final slash. James taken out of existence. JP might just be next, but Outplay's looking for Van Strong. Van Strong will go down finally. Azaida's in the backside with electrifying beats. That is a 4-man wipe for Evos Icon. Echo proud. Where did that come from?
Oh, the silent tiger finally woken up and give us a fight to stay up for. That was really cool. I mean, the engage is coming out. Even though I gotta say, you gotta give Van Strong credit, right? That angle of the ultimate. It seems like he did a like a diagonal flicker with the ultimate, just to make sure he slashed everybody at the right angle and then get him back. Nonetheless, did not work out for them. And JP is playing very, very aggressive this entire game. So, like, his engage is being like, he's looking for people to ult. And that's something I think as a Kaja player should do. Every single Kaja player should learn from this kind of attitude. The can-do attitude. Whenever you have the blue dot, you look for things to happen. Looking for things, here we go one more time.
Oh my god, he walks right into a Van Strong as a first to drop. Susagen tries to come in to help out, but it's just not enough. Veldora will go down. Echo proud. Now starting to take a little bit of a lead here. It's 10-7 at 9 minutes in.
Ooh. This is interesting. 9 minutes in.
Well, now it's
1-on-1. 9 minutes in, and then 1,800 goal differential. Compared to 2,000 goal differential. It's about like very little, you know, 25. There's almost no difference at this point. So it's all about who engages first, right? Who engages better. Can Kaja maintain the momentum and do a JP play? Oh, that was a nice snipe. Almost getting a blue there. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, obviously knowing that you can't really see the buff. Oh, Fanny. Look at Fanny's angle, though. Look at him. He's waiting. He's going
to come for Outplay.
Oh.
Outplay gets cutthroat and finds it. A good play from Susagen there, and this is what you were talking about. Like, even when one team is behind a little bit in gold, they're still making plays happen, Dave, and that's exactly how you have to play this game. Try to constantly keep your tempo.
Oh, to constantly make things happen. Here we go. Did he get Kaida's ultimate? Yes, he did. Oh, the suppression.
Good play on a James there. The world manipulation does come out, but so does go away from Doma. Doma taking a little bit of damage, though. Zaida into the backside, able to get the killing spree. But wait a second, His own team is dropping 2. Evos find 3, and all they get is Doma for it.
Cool. Whoa, Evos Icon definitely popping off in a way that nobody expected him to pop off. That was, I mean, at this point, all of a sudden, they shrink the goal differential from 2,000 gold to less than 1,000 if they get us Lord here, going for kills before Lord. Very well done, very well executed decision making from Evos. You can feel that they are feeling it. That's how much they're feeling it. Because they're feeling it so much, even the audience can feel it across the screen. Doesn't matter where you are across, you know, on the planet. That was just like good engage and good syncing and good everything, right? Especially Veldora. I mean, this guy is so underrated. His ultimate is always getting 3 or 4 people on one catch. That's really good.
Definitely really good. Lord is going to be coming soon, though. They should definitely get this tier 2 in the top side, but Echo doesn't want to give it up too easily, or at least just not too much space. They want to try to make this Lord as cheap as a loss as possible. JP in a little bit of a bad spot. Forces a flicker to get away, but it comes to penalty zone. Van Strong looking for the possible hit, able to find JP there. Nice play, out comes world manipulation. James pops Primal Wrath, trying to get a little bit of chip damage on Doma there. But wait to terrify Curtizi in a bad spot. Will go down, Van Strong with double kill. Lord finally drops. Zaida in the backside, pops the electrifying and be able to find Doma, but now he will go down as well. James now play though, in the midst of it, find Krite and Doma. Veldora has to try to get out of town quick, but Outplayed doesn't want to let it happen. He wants to cut him off. Veldora under the tower, gonna get flipped up, knocked up. Immortality pops, but Outplay should be able to get the finish. Penalty zone comes out. Veldora trying to survive, but he just can't.
Ooh, despite the winning of the team fight for Echo side, it's a good morale boost, but they can't get any objectives out of it, right? Listen, there's nothing you can gain out of it from that kill. Nonetheless, it was a good attempt. Let's take a look at items. Beatrix, Blade of Despair, Livid War, working on his way to Hunter Strike. That's all I saw.
I like it. I like it. A little bit more damage. Gold still at literally a dead even. You know, we saw sweeps all night. This best of 3, every game has been neck and neck. Either team could take it. And right now where I'm watching this, I still feel that way. Do you think any team clearly has an advantage though as we move into the late game, Dave?
No, really don't, right? The way how both teams are approaching these fights, it's so back and forth, right? Kata can get a kill, then grab somebody, but immediately it's either Van Strong or Melissa to turn the entire, or Terizla. Those two engage, turn the entire fight around. You know, Terizla has been landing ultimates, gaming-changing ultimates the entire game, the penalty zone. And then you have obviously Van Strong over there, which is making plays after another. And we're dealing with, for the side of entire Evos icon, they have Fanny they have to worry. You have the Fanny on their side, which means you can split push, come back, do it again. Oh, look at Kaja, Beatrix top lane. Oh, what?
They're trying. Here comes the concealed play from Van Strong though.
Here we go.
Watch out. He pushes Zyda back. Sutsujin moving through. Here comes the penalty zone. Van Strong will go down though. James able to pick up the kill. World manipulation does come out. Doma down as well, and 5 members still up for the side of Echo Proud. Make it a triple. That is huge for Echo Proud.
Wow. Again, this fight is not going to turn to much objectives. Oh, here we go. Oh my god.
Nice.
That's disgusting, TREX. Now we're gonna lose Lord because Fanny doesn't have retry, but they don't know that.
It looks like they're gonna fight for it here though. They're starting it up. Fanny doesn't have retry, you're right. They know that Fanny's out of it, but still it's a dangerous spot. They do have outplay though, which outputs a lot of damage. They're gonna go for this. They're gonna take it. They want to challenge it. JP takes it. Suchijin goes down 2. Krite will be next. Echo Proud making a split decision there and doing it right.
Ooh, here we go. 14 minutes. Lord push. This might be what they need. Let's see if he can conjure and grab somebody. He does have the ultimate coming out very, very soon. This is a decisive play, right? Here they have the burst damage from Joy, that burst damage from Beatrix. And all they need to do is conjure grab. They're waiting for the cooldown. Once it come off, decisive play coming in. This time JP also have the flicker. So it's a flicker all we're talking about, right? So it's gonna be very fast and short and painless. Okay, Joy is split pushing.
Definitely be the opportunity to try to finish this. Joy is harassing Suchijin right now. The Lord will get the crash. It is enhanced, bringing it immediately down to 50%. James with the flip up, looking for Van Strong. Curtizi drops a world manipulation. They're trying to get the finish here. Lord still up, Van Strong low, but Doma fires back. Shots in. Echo Proud forced to back off here. Suchijin looking for Zyda, but still they find 2 inhibitors, which is huge for the side of Echo Proud.
Not only that, JP still maintains the ultimate. He's waiting for the right moment. He's temping next to outplayed. Very, very patient now coming out from Echo. Dude, this entire ties of this game turned around many, many times. I think this is the 4th time it went back and forth, right? Now we're back to Echo again in the lead for not so far. 4,000 gold, 60 minutes in is almost nothing. Here comes the concealed play. They will get discovered by this thing though.
They get discovered, but they do at least gain a little bit of space. I think that's a major thing right now. They are a bit behind. They went from a 2K to now 4K, which at this point, when we're closing in the end, can be a possible game changer. Lord up in about 60 seconds. I know it's not a huge amount of gold over time, but still it's an item or 2. And as people are closing out their items, it could make the difference, right? 4K gold?
See, the thing
is, about
is,
2 items.
Is this, TREX, here we go.
JP gonna
Here
come.
we go.
Oh, hold on. Nice winner, Truncheon. Able to stop the ult, but it doesn't matter. Outplay. Still trying to get the finish. Doma gonna find JP there, but Zeta finds Suchijin. Doma on the chopping block next. It's a bloodbath. 4 for 3, but Outplay keeps it going.
GG's.
Full team wipe, and with 30-second death counters, this should be it. Echo moving towards the crystal, a wave of minions to defend. I don't think they're going to be able to do this, Dave. This should be it. Echo, proud, will be going to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness. That last fight is so back and forth, neck and neck, right? But it seems like the one's more decisive. The Kaja, played by JP, is going to lead the way for the team's victory, right? We're good engaged. And then Arlot didn't really do much, just died. Immortality came back up, died again, and good positioning because a little threshold over there at the blue buff is a perfect position for Beatrix to use the ultimate, right? And that's what he did. Everybody died almost simultaneously, and that was insane. Good position, good team fight location for the side of Echo. Well-deserved victory, and a long-drawn victory, hard-fought victory as well, going to the grand finals, now fighting for the championship.
Yeah, I feel like all 3 of those games came down to just decisive moments in those team fights. They were so neck and neck every time. It just depended on who made the better play at the right time. But let's take us through these items.
Ooh. Zyda, look at Genius One, and you have Holy Crystal, you have the Blood Wings, he has the full decked out damage, and look at Outplayed, right? The Hunter Strike, the Blade of Despair, the Malefic Roar, his guy is decked out too. I think those 3 items, as long as you get those, that's the power spike for someone like Beatrix. You can one-shot anyone. You saw the damage this guy was shredding through the entire Evos HP bar. Meanwhile, Evos, this is where the marksman damage, the marksman has everything, but it just wasn't enough, it feels like. It doesn't have the crucial Winter Truncheon to dodge the damage from someone like Beatrix, right? The BB gun one-on-one wise, Melissa does a lot of damage, but it's going to be enough comparing to Beatrix with Malefic Roar. Let's take a look at the final match result, Trex.
I mean, it was a win for each team down all the way to match 3. What a great way to finish the night. But in the end, Echo Proud comes out on top, securing their spot in the grand finals. Now, this isn't the last we saw of Evos Icon. They're going to go down to the lower bracket, and they will face the winner of Echo Loud and Onic Overlord tomorrow night. So definitely excited to see how that one turns out, Dave.
Yes, absolutely. We'll only have 2 series tomorrow. Today we finish the winner bracket, the upper bracket, should I say, and tomorrow we will finish the lower bracket to decide the grand finalists. And the grand final will be carried on day 3 of the World Cyber Game Mobile Legends event. So make sure to mark on your calendar to join us daily to see which team will come off on top. I would definitely say the entire meta has took me by a lot of surprise. I wouldn't say total surprise, but I would say like a tiny surprise, you know, like a pleasant surprise, you know, very interesting that Angela is getting to the position that she is. I would definitely say this underrated e-girl has gotten to the position where she, you know, she's worked hard for it, fought hard, and now the amount of contribution she's providing for the team is getting recognized. So big shout out to Angela for getting to where she is. Let's take a look at the final bracket tracks.
So, as we see on the bracket, I think we're having a little bit of a mix-up here. Echo Proud was the winner of that last match. They are moving on to the grand finals, and Evos Icon are going down to the lower side. Definitely a great way to finish off the night in what we like to call a rubber band match, all the way down to the line there. What I'm really excited about tomorrow, though, is that Echo Loud versus Onic Overlord, and then the winner of that facing against Evos Icon, because Evos Icon put on a great show, and I think it could be possible to see a rematch of them in the finals. Dave, any last words from you?
I'm never